It's pretty clear. I have one.
Hi,
Oh, hello.
what's up? How you
How's it going?
doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Welcome.
Good. Are you Christian?
Well, I am Christian. I'm 20 years old. I received
Okay.
Jesus when I was 13 years old.
Okay.
It's-
Which denomination are you?
Well, I don't have no denomination. I just have a
Non-denominational.
relationship with Jesus. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's called non-denominational. And do you want your faith challenged tonight?
What do you mean my faith challenge?
Would you like to challenge your faith? Would you like me to provide information that might shake your faith?
Uh, uh, d-
You don't
no,
have to.
no.
Okay. Cool.
What? No, that's wrong. Do you? Oh, you're not Christian no more, right?
Correct. Yes.
So now you are atheist.
Agnostic atheist. Yes.
designed or like intentfully put within this, right? As like a purpose.
What is the purpose of a penis, bro? What is the
Bro, like
purpose?
the functionality of
There's a
thank
purpose
you
for
for saying that, I
everything.
appreciate it, is going to
There's
be
a purpose for
for
everything.
first of
Just like your
all
nose
urine,
smells,
and second of
your
all
eye
for
see
like sperm.
for sperm, right?
Urine and sperm, yeah.
So okay, so if you're penetrating a man, right, and you produce sperm, and it doesn't produce anything, what's the point? Why are you even having sex?
Pleasure. Yeah, like if I have intercourse with my girlfriend and she's on birth control, what's going to be the reason why we're having intercourse?
But your biological properties
Pleasure
when
and
it comes
expression of
to
love, right? That's what it's going to be. It's not going to be to reproduce. She's literally on birth control. We're trying not to do that, right? That's not my purpose for this action.
bro, like the fact that you're approving this type of narrative,
Well, you
like, and
approved
if
it too.
someone was
You said that it wasn't immoral for me to have
no,
intercourse with my infertile wife. There's nothing purposeful in that in terms of whether or not it leads to reproduction. It's for pleasure and expression of love. So if it's not immoral for me to have intercourse with my infertile wife, why is it immoral for two gay men to have intercourse?
because it creates diseases. It's not the same thing, bro. Like
Sure, my infertile wife
it's
can
not.
have an STD. I could have an STD, right? That's not just, only up to gay people, right? There are
No, you can
particular
create.
STDs
You
in
can
which are more
create.
prevalent amongst the straight
You can
community, and particular
create.
STDs in which are more
You
proportionally prevalent amongst the gay community, right? But it's either
you
or,
can
right?
create
One's
an
not going to
STD.
indicate that being straight is immoral or being gay is immoral. Wait, you're saying being gay creates it?
You can create. How did AIDS start? Where did it come from? Homosexual.
I'm pretty sure no, it didn't come from gay people. That's a complete like false myth, right? It actually came from like I'm pretty sure monkeys, right? It has nothing to do with being caused by gay people, right? If two gay people who have never had
Okay, how
intercourse with
did
anyone else have
so
intercourse, are they
so
going to
how
get AIDS?
so did someone have sex with a monkey to contract the HIV virus?
I'm not
So how
quite
did that
sure.
happen?
It might have come through other means.
So that
I'm not
that that
quite
doesn't
sure on that.
sound that doesn't sound legit to me. Like if we're the ones that are
I'm pretty sure it's from bush meat,
have
I think.
AIDS,
I think it's from like particular types of meat that people would eat.
and it's crazy because like I actually know somebody who had AIDS and died, and he was a homosexual, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
I talked to
AIDS
him about it,
impacted.
and he regretted his choices, bro. And the fact that you're approving this narrative, it's
Oh
like
my god, dude.
you're influencing people in the wrong way.
Yeah, you can be gay. It's okay to be gay. Just because one person had a regret about
Yeah,
some
it's
ambiguous
okay to
thing that
eat
you did.
sand too.
Yeah, hold up. Yeah, it
It's
is
okay
okay.
to
It is
drink
okay to eat
poison if
sand.
you want.
What's the argument that
Is it
it's wrong to
okay?
eat
Is it
sand?
okay to drink poison? Is it okay to drink poison?
Consentfully, I think that you could actually engage in that. But do I think that you should? Probably not. Why? Because that can hurt you.
And being homosexual can?
Being straight can hurt you as well. Like, I can get hurt from the relationship I have with my girlfriend. That doesn't indicate that me getting in my relationship with my girlfriend is immoral. Right? There are lots of possible harms within society. That doesn't indicate that every single possible thing you do that can possibly cause harm is going to be immoral. Me walking outside could possibly cause harm to myself. Me telling my girlfriend I want to go to the mall today could possibly cause harm to us.
Taking Alpha.
But you don't think somebody can be influenced to be gay?
What do you mean by influence to be gay? Like, like there can be a
Like,
more
you can-
accepting
like,
environment for
from
someone to be
a
gay.
child, like,
Maybe
from a
there could be
child,
an
like, as a
influences
child.
for people to be gay, but I think that there are
Like,
not
as a-
influences like that exist within society to actually push people in that direction. I think there are actually more directions and social norms in society that push people and force people into these social conditions of being straight. Right? It's called heteronormativity. It's saying that you should be straight. Right? So this actually notion of socializing people to be like either gay is completely faulty, right? Like, maybe it's possible because it's possible for like straight people because that's how it's happened through society, but it's not going to indicate throughout all of life, right? There are lots of people who are gay that are able to identify the fact that they're gay even within the context of this heteronormative society. So, like, honestly, like, if there were social pressures that existed and, you know, coming out as gay is going to go against you, or being gay is going to possibly hurt you, no one would choose to engage in that action, right? But the fact that people are still the way they are, regardless of this, indicates that the best explanation isn't the fact that people choose this, or that people are necessarily socializing this. It's the fact that people just are the way that they are, and this is a particular desire that they have.
But you know, at one time, being a homosexual was considered to be a mental illness.
Yeah, I don't care, right? There are lots of things throughout history that have been considered to be terrible things or bad things, right? I don't think that's going to indicate that it's true.
And even just because in society where we push it like it's normal, at one time,
It
just
is.
like you said, like just like at one time, enslaving people was okay, and it was considered to be normal too.
Yeah,
But that
yeah,
doesn't make it
just
right.
something being considered as normal doesn't make it right. I agree with you. Yeah, but just something being normal isn't going to indicate that something is right or wrong. So in every context, we should apply that same notion, right? So what's the argument for being gay to be immoral here? I still don't have like a solid point for your position.
So at the end of the day, like, you have a personal decision, you have a personal choice. You can do what you want, but you know,
You
at
can
the
act
end of the
upon your
tunnel,
desires. I don't think that you chose your desires. Like, I
At the
can't
end of- at
choose
the
to
end
find
of the
men
tunnel,
sexually attractive.
you
Gay
just
men can't choose to
you
find women
open
sexually
doors.
attractive.
Sex was not meant for us to be like. It's the whole purpose is to conceive children. It's not meant for us to care about pleasure and that's where the confusion comes. When you have an overly sexual desire, you start to expand to different things, and these things happen. This is what happens.
Switching sides.
No, not at all. That has nothing to do with this at all. Else, like, lots of people who have like sexual addiction who are straight would just become gay then or something like that. That wouldn't make any sense, right? So if we're just referencing this, I see there to be a really big issue here. You're like that you're not identifying. You're not even engaging with any of the arguments that I'm laying out. Again, the logical conclusion of your position would be that me having intercourse with my infertile wife is also immoral. You don't hold that position, so you hold a contradictory view. You can't apply this whole notion to all of gay people, right? But not apply it principally, right? You'd have to provide an alternative justification for why it doesn't apply within the context of people who are gay who say have biological children, right?
It's from my own perspective. Like, I honestly don't care. Like, if you're homosexual, like, I've lived in San Francisco, so I've been exposed. Like, I've seen the Baby Breakers parade and stuff like that. I don't have an issue with it, but when it comes to the point where you have like little children involved, that's when it becomes an issue.
What do you mean by little children involved?
Like, I don't know if you ever heard of the Bay Breakers parade, but there's like little children outside in the Folsom City Fair, and men are like having sex in like broad daylight around little children, and that's considered okay.
I've never heard of that ever, but I would be against that. I'm not.
Never heard of
that? Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Look up.
I am absolutely against
Look up Folsom
people
City
in
Fair.
public. Hold up, let me finish shooting. I am absolutely against people in public being nude in front of, community areas that are not like privately owned, in which indicate that you can like a nude beach or something. Like, if you want to do that, go to a fucking nude beach, right? This is public. This is where children are. This is not consensual. So I would like to see particularly what you're referencing. I'll look this up right now.
Yeah, it's called the Folsom City Fair.
How do you spell it?
FOLSOM City Fair.
Yeah, where can I find this one? I looked it up.
It's there. Just look up gay pride parades in California. They have it every year.
This is what I see. It's just
That's
people
what they're
with their
gonna show
shirts
you.
off. This is what a
They're-
beach looks like.
No, that like some people are butt naked, bro. Like,
Yeah, well, I'm
walking
against
down-
I'm against that, right? I don't see that though. Where is this?
and it's approved. It's okay.
Wait, can
But
you
if-
show me
if a-
where a picture from that is?
They're not gonna show you online, obviously. They're not gonna put that online.
I see men with
Switching sides.
like skirts. That's all I see.
Control.
There's a guy with like a Speedo on, right? But I mean, that's probably something that would be okay at a beach. Yeah, if you can send me a video, or I mean a picture or anything like that, that would indicate
I
that
wouldn't
people are
keep.
doing
I wouldn't
it
keep any
in
video.
public.
I honestly wouldn't keep any videos of that type of stuff, though, bro. I'm just being honest.
If you can just send me a source, dude.
Moving here.
Yeah. Also, people are saying it's 18 plus.
Enemies at
It's not a
Alpha.
kids event, so you saying that there are kids there was a lie.
It was little kids there when I seen it, bro. When I first moved there, bro, I was like, what the fuck? I was seeing little children, 5-year-olds.
Then why are
Walking in the
why are
street with
people saying it's 18 plus?
I don't know, but I'm just going by what I've seen personally.
Give me a source that says that there are kids there then.
I don't have a
Enemies took all
actual
the good
source
shit. Kuna.
besides
You
my own
Just trust me,
source,
bro.
just my own self. You said what?
You said just trust me, bro.
No, I said I don't have a source but myself, just my own personal experience. So I can't
That-
really.
That's exactly what I heard.
But at the end of the day, like,
They're taking
you don't see like a bunch of straight people trying to push. Like you're pushing the agenda. Like you can be gay all you want.
Actually, you do,
You can be
right?
gay all you want. but why
What
do
are
you have
all
to
of these
press it?
parents doing to their kids right now? They're saying, I don't want them to see the fact that gay people exist. Is that not pushing this sense of you should be straight? Right? When I grew up in Iowa, in the Midwest, the notion was that you should be straight. Is that not pushing being straight upon people?
But that's your natural.
Like,
That
we can
goes.
find you a
That
picture.
goes.
No, that was
that's
not my
natural.
natural way. That was just simply what was
So you-
projected within
it's-
society.
So you're saying it's not natural to be straight?
What do you mean by natural? It's natural to be straight, it's natural to be gay, but whatever or not it's natural doesn't indicate whether it's right or wrong.
You can't. It can't be natural to be gay and straight at the same time, bro. Something has
No,
be
not to be
unnatural,
gay
something
and
has
straight
to
at
be
the same time. That would just mean that you're bi, right? It is
That's-
natural to be
you
bi.
can't- It's not natural to be gay and straight at the same time.
That's just bi, dude.
got-
That means you're
One
just
is
bi.
one is
Yes,
one
it's
is
natural to be
and
bi.
one is not natural.
No,
One is
being
natural
bi
and
is
one is not natural.
dude, being bi, being gay, and being straight is all things that are observed within nature. It occurring within nature is something that is known.
Bruh. That's just like saying eating sand is natural and eating food is natural. Like what? You can't say being gay is natural and being straight is natural.
Yeah. So if
That's
your
based off-
definition is that it occurs in
And
nature,
if you're gonna
yes,
base it off,
some things eat sand in nature.
We lost that round. Stand by for the next
and if you're gonna
one.
base it off the indoctrination of society, you have to base being proving homosexuality through society because that has been pushed through society as well. So you can't say that's natural.
Sure.
And it's
sure.
only
wait,
pertaining
no.
to
You can say
what-
it's
what-
natural. It depends on how you define natural. Natural, if you're just referencing occurs in
If you
nature,
grew up in-
it absolutely fits under that definition. Right? I don't understand why you keep
If you
saying
grew up-
this.
If you grew up in Iraq, right, would you still have that same notion on thinking that being gay is natural? No, you wouldn't have that same.
Maybe not,
same
right? But that's not going to
narrative.
indicate whether or not it's true. Here.
Why?
That's just going to indicate that I grew up
So
in a
the
different
reason why you're
society.
pushing-
Hold up. That's just going to indicate that I grew up in a different society and I was taught completely different things. I wasn't given access to the same information as I was within the country that I live in now. Anyone is impacted by the environment that exists in terms of the different types of beliefs that they have and the different types of arguments that they're going to hear. That happens with every single person. What we can do is we can use the evidence that we have, especially within the context of the modern era, the information age, to identify arguments to say posit whether or not things are right or wrong to a way greater degree than anyone else has been able to do within the context of history. No one in the context of history has had anywhere near the level of information you do just on your fucking device right now.
Only one objective left. Take control.
At the end of the day, I'm just going to stand on what I believe in, which is it goes against your biological properties. You can say people are pushing children to be straight, which is their natural anatomy. Like that's from the beginning of human civilization. This is how we got here. Is from a man and a woman having sexual intercourse. So for us to depart from that would be to depart from our very existence. And I just stand on what I believe.
Okay, so to not
So I'm
have,
gonna just,
so a man to not have sex with a woman is going to be to depart from existence, right? And that's going to be wrong, correct?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
wrong for me not to have sex with anyone.
At the same time, yeah.
Yeah. So if I
'Cause
choose
you were
not to,
meant to-
so if I choose
You were
not to
meant
have
to
sex,
reproduce.
so if I choose not
Otherwise,
to have sex,
if
that's
you
immoral.
choose not to have sex, because if you choose not to have sex,
That's actually different
Right,
than
and
what
you
you
have
said
a-
earlier, right? What did you say earlier? You said earlier it wasn't immoral. Now you're saying it is immoral.
okay, I guess. But all I'm saying is, if you have a penis, right, and you don't use it, right, like what's the point of you having a penis?
You do
What's
to
the point?
urinate every
So
single day.
you have something that you're not using.
But do they not urinate?
It's the same way you have.
Lead.
Yeah, but it's not just made for it to urinate.
Well, but you're using
It's
it,
just
right?
one part of it.
But you're using it, right?
Friendly cruise missile
Yeah,
approaching
but you're
target.
not using it. You're not using it to reproduce.
So you're not using it to reproduce. Okay,
That's the
so
whole
same
core
thing with
purpose
me. Me having intercourse with my infertile wife, I'm not using it to reproduce. So again, that's going to be immoral
It's
as
just like
well,
a plant.
right?
That's not the same thing, bro. Like,
Wait,
it's
but
not
wait,
the
but I'm
same
not
thing.
using it to reproduce. You said it's wrong to not use it to reproduce. I'm not using it to reproduce, and somehow it's not wrong.
At this point, I feel like we're just going in circles.
No, because you're not answering my question. What did I just say to you? I want you to respond to it again.
You're just repeating the same shit. Like all you're doing is rephrasing what you're saying, and you're just primarily talking about like.
Yeah,
you
then
don't
respond
have a
to
choice
it. Because you know why I'm saying it
reproduce.
again? Because you still never respond to it, right? And this still applies to the argument that you're providing.
At Alpha.
That's why I brought it up again. You still haven't answered the notion.
I mean, like, are you gay though? Like, or
No.
just
We're down to our last
so why are you
objective.
pushing
We
it? Like,
lost
what are you
Alpha.
pushing?
What do you mean? What do you mean pushing? I'm just saying
Yeah.
gay people exist. It's okay to be gay the same way I would say straight people exist and it's okay to be
You
straight.
don't think that's pushing anything? But saying it's okay.
If you're saying that this is pushing, well, I think that this pushing is going to be necessary to balance out the pushing that's already existed. Critique?
I think honestly I feel like that would really start. It would cause confusion. That's all
You know what confuses
really
people
boils down
more?
to.
When you say that gay people don't exist and we don't acknowledge gay people. Because then people have to find out gay people exist in the future. And that means that they were confused.
I
Whereas
never
what-
said
wait,
that
yeah.
they didn't exist.
Yeah, Joseph, what does confusion mean?
Confusion when if somebody doesn't understand something.
Yeah, so we should acknowledge the fact that gay people exist, right?
B.
Friendly cruise missile deployed.
Why should we acknowledge? Or should we acknowledge the fact that straight people exist? Like, what is the point
Yeah,
of the question?
yeah, we acknowledge straight people exist and we acknowledge gay people exist. I'm down for both. You down?
So what's the point?
What's the point?
Yeah. So
We acknowledge
okay.
people in society so that
Yeah,
they're
what's
not
the point?
so that people are not confused. Because you said it's bad for people to be confused. You don't want people to be confused. And I'm saying if we teach people about straight people and gay people, they're gonna be less confused. Right? By the definition of confused, you brought up to me.
At a particular age, you should teach, but not a like a kid. You know what I'm saying? Who's not even sexually active. Like, why would you even try to influence a child? You know. So I honestly.
Yeah,
feel like
wait. You just
from-
telling kids
from-
that gay people exist doesn't mean you're telling them to have sex.
So
What?
when it comes to one circumstance, I do agree with you. Like, even if it's a kid and you're telling them to push even straight people, right? Like, when you have marriage and so on and so forth. The fact that it's a kid who shouldn't be really even thinking about that type of stuff, you shouldn't even push. I honestly feel like you shouldn't push either until the child is at a particular age.
Okay,
so they can
Joseph,
understand.
I have a question for you. In my 3rd grade class, I had a teacher that was a woman. She got pregnant. Right. So is it wrong for her to tell the class that she got pregnant? Because that would indicate that she's in a relationship and we're only in 3rd grade?
No, it would be wrong, but when it comes to like
Would or wouldn't? Wait,
that's
I
not
didn't hear that
technically
right.
pushing. That's not because children don't really understand how sex works around that age. So that's not really wrong for her to say that. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
pregnant,
exactly. Acknowledging the relationship doesn't mean you're
But that's
talking
not
about them
pushing
having. Wait,
something,
wait,
though.
wait, wait. Acknowledging the relationship doesn't indicate that we're talking about them having sex. The same way when we acknowledge the fact that gay people exist at this age, we're not saying that you have to have this sex or that this is how they're having sex. We're just acknowledging the fact that gay people exist. Sometimes there are going to be 2 dads. Sometimes there are going to be 2 moms. Sometimes there's going to be a mom and a dad. Sometimes there's going to be a mom. Sometimes there's just going to be a dad. Right? There's no issue with doing that.
Yeah, there's no issue, but when it's on television and there's like, when it comes to relationships in general,
Disney
between
shows,
anybody,
fucking Nickelodeon shows, they
besides
all show
parents-
straight people, right? What's wrong with them showing gay people?
besides because it's influencing them, like
Okay, yeah.
it's
So showing
influencing
straight
them
people is
to not
influencing them too.
reproduce. It's
No, it's not.
It's influencing them to not reproduce,
No, not at all,
to
right?
not
Gay
reproduce
people,
a child.
no, gay people can still have children. Just because we're showing the fact that gay people exist doesn't mean that we're pushing people to not have
Who
children.
wants to go to a lab
Right?
to have a child, bro?
Jamal, yo, Joseph,
Like, who
you wanna
wants
know-
to do that?
people who are infertile. Everyone, yeah, people who are infertile literally have to do that to produce children. So yeah, that you're talking to them. So like let me give you an example, right? Wait, actually, go back to what you were saying, and I want to go back to that, and then I'll address it that way.
Just like who would want to go through all of that just to produce a child, bro? Like, that's too much.
Did you not hear what I
It's
just
not
said?
that serious. Like, you should-
Yeah, and yeah,
It's not- it's just
people who
not.
are infertile, people that say you can't produce any more children, but
understand,
that
but
got their eggs
still-
frozen or their sperm frozen.
you gotta do all of that just to produce a child.
Yeah.
It's not that serious.
Wait,
Then
so
it would be
wait,
much easier.
wait. Producing a child is not that serious, but then you're saying that this is immoral because it doesn't produce a child?
No, all I'm saying is, which is easier to you? You go into the lab, freezing eggs to produce a child, or you just have sexual intercourse and boom. Which is more logical to you?
They're both logical to
easier?
me. I don't know what you mean by one would be not be logical, right? But one
Which
would
one
be
is
quicker.
easier?
One would be quicker.
Which would be less?
For someone who's straight, having the intercourse would be quicker or easier, but for someone who's gay, having the intercourse with the opposite sex would not be easier. Right? So it would make more sense, given their scenario, to actually engage in IVF.
But you wouldn't have to go through that whole process with IVF and freeze eggs if you just chose the right person.
What do you mean
gotta
chose the
do.
right person? Who indicates that this is the right person?
Your biological properties indicates it.
We already
Your
went over the
penis
biological
indicates it.
properties, right?
Your
Those
organs
didn't indicate that.
indicates it.
This is all just gibberish. None of those
what?
indicated it, right? Be
No, it's
specific
not
with what you're
gibberish.
referencing. Yeah, it is.
It's not
Be-
gibberish.
Yes,
No.
it is. Be specific
It's-
with what you're referencing, and we'll go
what's
through each one
gibberish-
because we already
what's
did, and we'll
gibberish
do it
is-
again.
IVF, that's gibberish, and freezing.
No,
eggs,
it's not.
That is
Wait,
gibberish.
wait. Explain to me what's gibberish.
Listen to me, bro. So, how do you explain to your child? Yeah, we made you in a lab. You don't think that would have mentally affect that child?
No.
Yeah. What?
No. Lots of kids.
We
Lots of
cloned
kids
you,
have been
son.
made
We
through
cloned
IVF.
you.
Wait, that's
Son,
not.
I
Wait,
just
that.
wanted-
Wait,
I
wait.
want you to
That
know
doesn't mean.
clone.
Wait, define clone. Define clone. Define clone.
Making is taking IVF.
No,
Isn't it
that's
the
not.
same-
No, that
like,
is not
same process?
cloning, dude. When someone does IVF, they're not cloning. They're using their sperm and another person's egg to produce a child. It's the same thing as you having intercourse with someone to produce a child. If you think that that's not
Okay, son.
cloning, then you're gonna think that this is not cloning.
Okay, son, we made you in a tube and you grew, and then we
Yep.
took you out of the tube, and then boom.
Yep.
Do you think that's not going
We
to
made
make
him
the
in a
child
little
mentally
petri dish,
fucked
actually.
up?
In a little petri.
You don't
no,
think
it's
that
not,
child
no.
would feel normal? You think the
Yeah,
child would be okay with that?
yeah, they're gonna feel
Would you
normal.
be
What
okay
about
with
yes, I would be okay. What about that would be
You-
crazy?
What?
Yeah, what about that's gonna be crazy? Is that
You
gonna
weren't
affect me
born.
at all? No.
Son, you weren't born, you were made. You don't think that would change? the concept?
Dude, you know they're still born, right? Oh my god, you are so brain dead. Oh my, you know that they still have to go through surrogacy, pregnancy still, right? That's just how they engage in fertilization. Do you know what IVF stands for? In vitro fertilization. It's not talking about born. So if you have IVF, they're still born, dude.
Even if a woman who can't find a partner and gets injected with sperm and has a child, that still will mentally affect that child, bro.
Dude,
And if you
explain to
don't
me
agree with
how.
that, bro,
Explain to me how. I
honestly,
know
I feel like
people
you
who have
brain dead.
literally been
Because
made
that's
through
not
IVF.
normal. That's not normal.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not
So
normal.
gingers aren't normal either. Is it immoral for two people who are gingers to produce children because that's a choice? Thank you for the flowers. I appreciate it.
You
It's
said
not normal.
gingers?
Yeah, yeah. Being a ginger is not normal, right? So is it immoral for my friend who lives in Minnesota? Was it immoral for his parents to have intercourse to produce him because that's going to create someone who's a ginger and who's also not normal?
You said a ginger or a gender?
Ginger, Ginger.
What is a ginger? What is that?
Someone who's red hair, dude. Like orange red hair, orangish red.
Oh, somebody with red hair?
Yeah.
Oh, I never heard that terminology.
Dude, bro, are you
is it
Patrick
wrong?
Starr, bro? Are you Patrick Starr?
Who is Patrick Starr? You talking about on SpongeBob?
Bro lives under a rock. I swear, chat.
Bro, don't-
Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Did you have a childhood? Wait, are you a time traveler?
No,
There's no way you grew up in the same generation as me.
No, I didn't. I'm 34, bro. You're probably what, 20 something?
Yeah, I'm 20, but damn, it's not that big of a
My
gap, bro.
generation made sense. My generation made sense, bro.
No,
and we didn't try to
your
improve.
generation is barely any different than mine. Like, dude, your generation is like
It's a lot
is the poorest generation in American history since the 1950s, I think. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Like in terms of overall wealth in the
No.
economy, or compared
Probably
to
the
the rest
last
of the
real
economy.
generation, bro.
What do you mean
Probably
the
the
last
last
real
real
generation?
generation.
Am I not real?
Where things made sense, bro. Where we didn't improve this type of narrative. We didn't improve.
How
this type of
does
shit
this
when I
not
was
make
growing up, bro.
sense?
I didn't have. What do you mean? How does it not make sense?
Yeah, how does this not make
Really?
sense? Tell me what doesn't make sense. Bro, you know what doesn't make sense? A 34-year-old doesn't know what a fucking ginger is. That doesn't make sense. In the US.
So because I don't know what a redhead or how to define somebody with red hair, that doesn't make sense. How does that not make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. Why? Because
I
every
have to
person
know
I've
the
ever met in my
particular
entire life has
terminology.
known what that term meant. Every single person. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it.
Bruh.
Have you never heard
Every
the term?
person in your generation,
No, even
you're
older
Caucasian.
people.
Of course, you're gonna know what that means. You're Caucasian. You're
Dude-
gonna know. Of course, you're gonna know terminologies pertaining to other Caucasians.
Dude, what do you mean? I literally don't even live in a place where it's
Is
majority
that a
white.
Caucasian term?
My school wasn't
that a Caucasian
you
term?
understand my school wasn't majority white.
I've never
like,
heard ginger
like
in
30
my life, bro.
30
I've heard
30%
ginger
of
like
my
the spice.
Dude, 30%
But I've
of my
never heard
school
of
was
the-
white. Like my entire friend group in high school was not white. I was the only white kid in my group.
30% of my. Okay, but I've never heard. Honestly, I've never heard of that terminology, and I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
pretend
yeah.
Like I am,
every
bro, just
single
to
person I
make
knew,
you-
every single person I knew has known that term, and I was the only white person in my group in high school. Only white person. So I don't
And
know
they
what you're talking
allowed
about,
you
bro.
to talk like this.
How am I talking
They allowed
crazy,
you to
dude?
approve stuff like this.
Yes, dude. Well, no, they don't think that being gay
Were
is
they all
wrong.
gay? Were they all
No,
gay?
no, they were all straight.
Were they all gay?
No, they're all straight.
And they approved this? They were like, yeah, bro,
Yeah.
push this. They
What do you mean push
Sure.
this, right? Like
Okay.
again, this whole notion of push is just going to be null when we just identify the fact that, being straight has been pushed on society for so long. So the pushing is just going to be a counter response to the pushing that's already existed. So I mean, I just don't understand this definition of push here.
Did they question your sexuality when you,
No. What?
they never thought you were gay?
No.
Oh.
I haven't really heard that until I got on
But
here on
alright, bro.
TikTok.
But all right, bro. I'm gonna just let somebody else go on, bro. And I'm just gonna.
Thank you for the rock and roll. I appreciate it. All right, man. You should
But
be
be
open
easy,
up to
man.
arguments next time. But I have a good day. Sure. All right, y'all. If you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes real quick. I'll send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. What's it called? Jesse, are you in the guest box? Are you messing around? I'm confused. You can DM me on Instagram or on Discord if you want to say something. Thank you. I don't think you disagree with me. Thank you for the fruits hat. I appreciate it. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Travis, good night, my man. Good night. Good night, Travis. Bro, did y'all hear him? Y'all hear? Bro is fast asleep. Bro is fast asleep. That I guess that conversation put bro to sleep. It's crazy. You are ending the live? No, we got a long time left, y'all. How old are you?
42,
For sure. What's your birth year?
1980.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I'm bisexual myself.
All right. Well, I'm
But
looking for
I'm
some. Thank you for the
Christian.
garland. I appreciate it. I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
But I'm also Christian, so
So you
just
think that it's
asking.
immoral?
It's immoral in certain cultures. You think it's
Do
not
you
immoral?
think it, from your own perspective, do you think it's immoral?
From my perspective, I'm not judging anything, but from biblical perspective, it probably is.
Do you hold the biblical perspective?
I am in some way Christian, so I hold it.
So you do think that being gay is immoral?
I wouldn't say moral or immoral, but
You think it's a
you
sin,
think
right?
it's not immoral? You
Yeah, I think it's not
immoral?
immoral. It's not immoral. Yeah. Do you think it's a
And
sin?
why is it not immoral for you?
Yeah, because I'm not going to see an argument that identifies it to be moral or immoral. Within the context of an adult consenting relationship, it's just going to be referenced as like a preference, the same sort of way of me liking chocolate ice cream over vanilla ice cream is going to be recognized as like a preference.
All right, so is it always not immoral when it's considered to be consenting adults?
What'd you say?
So one of the points you make is it's consenting adults.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with consenting adults.
So it will all, as long as it's consenting adults, it's gonna be not immoral to you.
Yeah, generally.
You know of situations where it may be immoral even if it's consenting adults.
Yeah, sure. I might say that like you selling yourself as like a slave or to be tortured would be immoral, right? But we're talking about like within this consensual intercourse sort of relation here.
Because in certain societies you have like, suppose you find your brother or family member attractive, or father or grandfather.
Yeah,
What do you think
so
about that?
the only reason I'm going to think it's immoral is if there's going to be a familial power dynamic that exists amongst people that is going to produce like a familial relationship that would remove one's ability to consent. Like for example, right? Like have you ever watched The Flash, like the TV show?
You mean the superhero Flash?
Yeah, the TV show.
Only one episode or two.
Okay, so you know Iris and Barry, like how they kind of grew up together and like they had that familiar relation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's weird that they got together. I think that doesn't really allow for them to consent because they had a familiar relationship where they grew up with each other. The same sort of way I
But
think
what
it's
do you
also
mean?
wrong if someone were to adopt children and once they reach the age of consent, then have intercourse with them because there'd be a familiar relationship that would remove one's ability to consent.
So if you grow up together, and you become familiar, you have problems with that.
Yeah.
Like, do you also mean if you grew up with your best friend and then later you?
In the same household, under the same roof,
No,
in the same familiar power dynamic.
it can be a neighbor or your best friend neighbor.
Neighbor would be, I guess, a bit different because we're talking about same familial power dynamic, right? So like if I
inside
have
the
like
same family.
if I grow up with a step sibling my entire life, like we were infants, we grew up under the same roof, same parents, right? I think that would be wrong.
So familiar, you mean inside one family?
Yeah.
Because they cannot consent.
Yeah, I would say yeah, it
What is the
removes one's
exact
ability to
reason?
consent due to the familial power dynamic. That's what we'd reference within those contexts.
But what prevents them to consent then?
What prevents them to consent? The familial power dynamic. That's the argument.
But technically, what do you mean exactly?
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that they grew up with each other and that there's going to be a relation between them that's going to infer that one would have a greater likelihood of manipulation and control rather than just like, say, a natural relation or no, I mean, a normal relation between people.
Or I mean, like consenting literally like means you approve and it's not against your will, I think.
Yeah, thank you for the hand, I appreciate it.
So
Yeah,
that
so
is-
it would be without like the context of like coercion, right? So we'd say that coercion would necessarily remove someone's ability to consent. And I would say that since there's a familial power relation, that would
Like if
increase the
you're
likelihood
brothers,
of coercion
you're both
so
at the same
high,
level.
so high that it would actually like, you know, make this relationship not necessarily attainable within this context, or we wouldn't necessarily allow for it. The same sort of way we might do that within other scenarios with like grooming, right? Like for example, like the scenario with like me, let's say I just decide to like go adopt some people. Once they reach the age of consent after I raise them, is it okay for me to have intercourse with them?
Wait, the sound was a bit quacky.
Yeah, so let's say I adopt people, right? I adopt them when they're young and an infant. I raise them throughout their entire life. Okay. You got that?
Hard point.
Okay,
Okay, I raise them throughout their entire life, and then
Yeah, so
once
you-
they reach the age of 18
adopt
or
somebody?
age of consent, then I have
Yeah.
intercourse with them, right? Consensually, right? Consent. So is that wrong?
Hard point. Secure the area.
Or is there coercion
well, if
involved
they
there?
both consent, it's gonna be weird. Coercion. Well, depends on the situation, but what about the two brothers?
Did you even just hear what you want to respond to what I just said? Again, the only relation thing is me wrong is if there's a familial power dynamic. Let's say, for example, they never grew up with each other. There was never this relation, right? If they're just going to be together and having intercourse, right? I'm not going to necessarily see that to be wrong because there's no familial power dynamic that exists, right? You might have other types of normative judgments when it comes to, like, say, whether or not they produce offspring, right? But then just having intercourse, we're not going to necessarily say that to be immoral. Thank you for the duck. I appreciate it.
Moving.
Location updated. Capture
Yes,
So
was
you're
there-
saying if two brothers, consent, and they're both adults,
fast hand.
it's still not immoral. It's weird.
Yeah, so you didn't listen to a single thing, did you?
What do you mean?
I just explained it. Did you not hear my position? You want me to explain it again?
I'm just asking for clarification. Is it weird? Is it immoral? Is it?
Enemy
Yeah, did you not just hear anything that I said there? So I can go for it again, but I'm just asking if you need the hand, I appreciate it.
Hard point compromised.
Because you call it weird, but you didn't call it immoral, or did you?
Yeah, okay. So again, the only time I'm going to think that it's immoral is if there's going to be a familial power relationship that's going to remove one's ability to consent due to the increased risk of coercion, right? In the other scenario, what I'm saying is that say if there were just two people who were like, say, familial or related in terms of genetics, right? No familial relationship, they never grew up with each other, they were completely separated at birth, never knew each other that way. They later on found out that they were related and they were already together, something like that. Right? I wouldn't necessarily consider that to be immoral if they're just in a relationship, but you might have other normative judgments when it comes to whether or not they produce children, because there can be an increased risk of like negative things that could possibly happen, comparative to like the natural rate or normal rate of things going wrong given a pregnancy.
So you're saying if two brothers grew up separately from each other and found each other later, you would be okay if they went together?
Yeah.
All right. And what about
Compromised. Secure the
polygamy?
area. Locating the next hard point. Get ready.
What about polygamy if you have like multiple partners?
So,
Enemy
Fine.
inside the perimeter.
okay, yo, why? Yeah, chat. Why are y'all saying this? I'm just gonna kick them off. I don't know if they are or not. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it, but I'm not even gonna try to interact with that because too many people are saying it in the comment section. Yeah, I have to just kick them off. If y'all keep doing that in the comment section without knowing, I gotta kick them off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, good evening.
How old are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I said how old are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Secure the area.
I can't even hear you, to be honest. I have no clue what he's saying. Bro, did y'all even hear? Couldn't even make it out, to be honest, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
What's your birth year?
2000.
2000 and you're 18? Wow, dude. Nice math.
Bro, I'm 20. No.
Nice math, bro. Thought that was Darth Vader? Yo, no, for real. That person was Darth Vader underwater. That's what it was.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover.
Bro had his whole scuba suit or was in space. Crazy, huh?
Enemies inside the perimeter.
Yo, what's up?
Yo,
How
bro.
old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Firstly, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, for
Yes.
sure. Yeah. So you think it's wrong because Allah said it's wrong?
No, in Islam, it's two different things between only having the feelings and acting upon it.
Say that one last part again.
Secure the area.
In Islam, you only get the sin if you act upon it.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So yeah. So like, you think that two people who are gay having intercourse, that's gonna be immoral?
No, yes, as a Muslim, yes, because Almighty God created us from Adam and Eve.
Yeah. So you think it's wrong because God created us from Adam and Eve?
Yes,
Okay. So all right. So how do we know God exists in order to say that this claim is gonna be true?
because look at the universe. For example, it's so perfect. Every planet is on the right place.
Yeah.
It's
So
perfect.
I would just say that this is an observational bias because we wouldn't be able to observe the fact that it functioned, because the function here is just going to mean that it's perfect if we didn't exist or if it didn't function, right? So again, I don't think that this is going to demonstrate that God exists. It's going to demonstrate that there are conditions that make it likely that there's going to be some sort of life, right? And then since there are those conditions, it exists in order for it to function, right? Or in order for them to be able to observe it, it would have already made it function. So it's just going to be an observational bias, because if it didn't function, then we would have never been able to observe that phenomenon. So I'm not going to see this to justify the fact that God exists.
But if you are not atheist,
Yeah, I'm agnostic.
oh, so you're unsure.
Yeah, I'm unsure, but when it comes to like the triomni gods, I'm not sure that they exist. I would say that it's likely that they do not.
Okay, but
Locating the next hard point. Get ready.
why do you think that being gay is moral?
Yes, I don't consider being gay to be moral or immoral. I think it's morally neutral, so it wouldn't classify as either moral or immoral. The same way that, say, me liking chocolate ice cream isn't going to be moral or immoral. Morally neutral.
So you look at being gay as being a preference?
Yeah, being gay is a preference.
Just like you said, shooting ice cream.
Hard point compromised.
Yeah, so you can choose based upon the preferences that you have in terms of ice cream, but you don't choose what preference you have for ice cream. Like, I didn't choose to like chocolate ice cream over vanilla ice cream. That's just how my taste buds respond to the chocolate versus the vanilla.
Enemies inside the perimeter.
That's good. So why is okay? So yes, because
Confirming next hard point.
Hey, your mic is cutting out. Is there a way that you can fix that real quick?
no, it's okay now because I'm a scammer.
Hard point relocated. Secure
You're a
the
what?
enemy personnel at
I am
the
a
hard point.
scammer. I I am a stammerer.
I'm gonna be for real. I don't know what you're saying, to be honest.
No, I am a stammerer.
Are you saying that you're a stutterer?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I can't.
So, okay. So you, have you so you have you heard about the about the about this city of Prophet?
Oh wait,
Load?
I just realized. By the way, I wasn't saying that you were cutting out because of the stuttering. I was saying you were cutting out because your mic was reducing in volume.
I see.
I'm so sorry. By the way, I just realized that miscommunication right now. But continue.
So you've been have you heard about the story of Prophet Lot?
No,
So
I'm
sorry.
not.
Like he was a prophet that was sent to guide the people of Sodom.
They were sent to guide the people of Sodom.
Yes.
Hey, your mic is going lower again. Is there a way you can fix that?
He is a prophet in Christianity too.
Okay, for sure. So yeah, are you saying that this prophet existing is going to justify the fact that he exists?
No, he tried for so long to guide them, but they said that but they tried to kill him and they did not want to listen to him. So at the end, Almighty God, he turned this city around and yeah. Have you heard about the Dead Sea?
Have I heard of the Dead Sea?
Yes, it's called the Dead Sea because both Christians and Muslims, we believe that it was the place of where the people got punished, the people, and therefore we can't go there because it's like a ban for us.
Yeah, so like the Dead Sea, I'm pretty sure it's called that because there's not really like life that exists in there.
Yeah.
That's like
Yes,
prevalent because of the high salinity within the like the salt level in the water. So I think that's gonna
Yes,
be the best explanation.
The water is very toxic for the fish.
Yeah, generally.
So,
Yeah, so are you saying that like that this particular story
know about this because they don't want to know.
you're saying that being gay is so are you just saying that being gay is wrong is because God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I said that it's two different things to only have the feeling and to act upon it.
Yeah, no, we're talking about like having gay sex.
Yes, that's wrong as in our religion.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm asking you how you know your religion is right in order to conclude that this is going to be a true statement.
Because all the prophets were sent by the same God.
Well, that would just be a claim.
No.
Because all these different prophets claim different revelations. Like the one from the Latter-day Saints. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Like the Mormons is going to be a significantly different message than the one that came from Prophet Muhammad. Right? These are completely and radically different revelations. The same sort of way there was a different revelation with Jesus. Right? So all of these different things are going to claim radically different opinions. Right? So who's true here and who's false?
Yes, but you know, all the prophets had the same message that it is one God and only worship Him alone. Same message.
Yeah, the same idea of a God. Okay, so regardless of whether or not they have the same idea of a God, doesn't indicate that they're all right. It simply says that, oh, they might just have a similar version of some sort of perspective here. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. But I would just say that all of these versions of the Triomni God are just going to be contradictory. Right? I'm not going to see a coherent worldview that we could build
Yes,
around this idea of a Triomni God.
You know, the Hindus Vedas, the Jews Torah, and the Christians Bible, all the three books have been changed after by the passage of time, but the Quran is still the same today.
Yeah, so how many years after Prophet Muhammad died did the Quran get established?
The Quran got revealed in 20 years.
You're cutting out. I couldn't quite hear what you were saying because the mic volume was going lower.
The Quran got revealed in 23 years.
23 years after Prophet Muhammad died?
No, during his prophethood, from he was age 40 to age 63.
Okay, Amy, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. So it was already made by the time Prophet Muhammad was still alive?
Yes. But
Okay, well, I mean, I heard that the first ones were actually further than that. Maybe even if that's true, right, we'll accept this, right? You understand that we could say the same thing might necessarily apply to different religions, right? Like,
Yes.
or like different worldviews. If I write something down and it doesn't change over a period of time, well, then that's going to have the same condition here as Islam, right? But it's not going to indicate that one is true. You're just going to say that this is going to be an expectation, given the fact that, oh, there would be some sort of God. Is that the text would necessarily be like something that is held together that doesn't change, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so, but this doesn't justify the fact that there is a triune God. So we can still go through the contradictions that are outlined within the context of the triune God if you'd like. Thank you, Zawa, I appreciate the subscription.
Yes, but you know the Abrahamic religions, which are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they three are very common together.
Are you just saying that they have a common view about God?
Yes.
Yeah, I've already granted that. Sure, they have a common view about God. How does that indicate that this particular God exists? Because again, we can go through like I'd love to go through like the problem of evil with you.
Because because Prophet Moses and Prophet Jesus and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, all the three prophets taught nothing but Islam. All the three were.
That's not true. That's not true. Yeah,
Yes.
Jesus. You're saying Jesus promoted Islam
Yes, because he.
before Islam existed?
Yes, because Islam existed from day one when Adam came on earth. Day one.
Yeah. So how did Jesus promote Islam, especially when like you can just refer to like there being claims of Jesus being God? Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate Robinson.
But can I prove to you that he never came to be God?
Say that again.
Can I prove to you some verses that he is not God?
Sure you can, but like I can just reference that the word was God quote that we can reference within the context of scripture. So I'm just saying that there are other worldviews. I'm not gonna like debate this for you because I don't hold a Christian perspective, but I'm just saying that there are other worldviews in which hold differently.
Yes, because for example, he said in Gospel of Matthew that thinking not that I have come to destroy the Lord of the prophet. I have come not to destroy but to fulfill. So that means he's a prophet.
Say that one part again. I didn't quite hear what it was referencing. My bad.
In Gospel of Matthew, chapter number 5, verse number 17, think not that I have come to destroy the law of the prophet. I have come not to destroy but to fulfill. So,
Yeah, it says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them."
Yes.
Yeah, he said he's fulfilling the law. That's not saying that he's a prophet. It says he's fulfilling it, right? Which would actually fall in relation to like the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ. that would be like the fulfillment of these particularly. So this whole notion that you're trying to show of this disproving the fact that Jesus is God, right, is not going to hold to be true in this scenario.
Okay, but you know that the Jews try to kill him
Yeah, Jesus, yeah.
because the Jews they thought that he was a big liar and a false prophet.
Target area updated.
Sure, yeah, the false god, false prophet sort of notion.
So therefore they try to kill him. But in Quran it says that he was neither killed nor crucified, but it was only made to appear so. So you know that the Jews try to kill him, but
Enemy targets at the hard point.
Almighty God made a person face not look like him, and at the same time, Jesus, peace upon him, was sent up to the sky with both body and soul.
I'm still confused how this necessarily justifies one over the other. Thank you, Jiggy. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. And
Also, we Muslims also Muslims also believe in his second coming.
Threats in the perimeter.
second coming of Christ. Sure you do. I still don't see how this is at all here going to justify one over the other. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like to talk about or add?
Yeah. Okay. So why do you think that why do you think that it's okay for two men or two women to marry?
Yeah, because I'm not going to see an issue here with this consenting adult relation in terms of like these two individuals getting together. There would be no reason to consider it immoral or moral. Right, that's why I'm not going to hold the position that it's morally neutral.
For example, I have two lesbian neighbors, so yeah. And I think they are married.
You think two lesbians are married? Okay, cool.
Yes, but that is unnatural.
Yeah, what do you mean by natural?
Because you can't have kids.
Okay, so is it going to be unnatural for me to be with my infertile wife?
No, because Almighty God made her infertile.
Yeah, but it can't produce children, so given your same reason, wouldn't it consider it not natural? So it seems like the way you said it's not natural is because, quote-unquote, God didn't make them this way. But then that wouldn't be true given Islam either, because this would be a quote-unquote test from God, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
not going to be true, right? So what do you mean by not
everything
natural
that-
here?
Everything that we Muslims believe that everything that happens in our lives are either a test or a punishment.
Sure.
Anything bad that happens. So, okay, actually I don't have anything more to say, so you can take it.
Okay, for sure. I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye.
Alright, y'all, I'm going to turn back off the sub-only chat. By the way, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes real quick. Let's send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. By the way, Jesse, if you do want to talk to me, because I see you in the guest box or whatnot, send me a guest request. I mean, not a guest request, a message on Discord. And we can talk there and whatnot. Because I don't think you disagree with me on this topic. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
20.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yeah.
Why so?
First of all, I would like to start off by saying fuck gay people. But I do have a point to prove over here. Don't kick me. Okay, so the reason why I think being gay is immoral is because It's just gay, and it's
Enemy
Hello?
targets at the hard
Yo, what's
point.
up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, bro, it literally added the same damn person. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. What the fuck, y'all? I swear I did not try to add the same person, chat.
Get ready. Moving here. Threats in the perimeter.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, yes.
How old are you?
Hello.
Capture the hard point. Compromised. Secure the
I am
area.
40.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is
Hello?
immoral?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Alright, I think you're lagging too
hello, you
much.
can-
I think you're lagging too much. Alright, let me go on to the next person, y'all. Yeah, what's up?
Hey,
How old are you?
partner. I'm 26.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Well, not necessarily. First of all, I wanna shout out to you because I love your streams. You're a great streamer. Although I don't like this subject. You had a subject once about conspiracy theories, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was really cool. You should do more of that, man. So as always on your lives, I want to like expand the argumentation. I'm not hard on this point, okay? But like I don't stand strong on this point. But I think that being gay is not immoral, but having anal sex may be immoral.
Yeah, why so?
So, well, because if you're doing something that has a high risk of being harmed.
Moving here. Mission compromised. We're done.
Website, so my computer with me, and if I
Yeah, so
exit the
here it
live,
is.
yeah.
Crohn's is an autoimmune disease. So I mean, before we make claims here, we should probably like try to have like a source for them and whatnot. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna let
of
you
course.
look for a source, and you can come on in the future if you have like a source for that particular claim. But yeah, no, it was
Okay,
good
but
talking to you. I appreciate you coming on.
yeah, one more quick thing. I mean, I like what the other guy said, but like in Orthodox Christianity, for an example, it's completely immoral to have non-procreational sex at all. Like even if your wife is infertile, like it's immoral to like have sex with her. It like you should never have like sex that is only for pleasure. Like
Yeah, that would just likely be
that's the thing
the
about.
view that they hold. Sometimes I don't think it's always got to be that view. I'd have to see. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you too.
All right, y'all, we're going to go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some debates, everyone. Parker, he's wrong. Yeah, I have no way to confirm nor deny at this point. I don't know how to. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I don't think gay is being immoral. It's
All right,
just that
well, I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on.
But I have a question.
Go for it.
Because I have a nanny here. I can't educate her. I keep on educating her about gay people that we should be accepted by the society, but she keeps on resisting that you guys are the worst. You should be in the hell or whatsoever. She keeps on saying that. What do you think is the right approach to educate her? I don't think I can't. I can't even explain something to her. She keeps on saying nonsense things.
Yeah, so you can really just ask questions why they hold this particular perspective. Like if they hold the perspective that like you're gonna go to hell, say why, right? Why are we gonna be going to hell here? So again, you try to understand their arguments there. You can always say like, oh, how do you know that this religion is true in the first place? You can ask questions like that. But there's also just going to be some people that are not willing to open up to these particular arguments. So it could just be a mental block that they necessarily have, like get a new nanny.
Okay, I see. Thank you for that.
For sure. Appreciate you coming on. Have a great day. Someone said send her to debate Parker. Stop. Wait, actually, this person was just on. All right, let me try this. I'm so dead. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, nice. This person isn't there either. Let's go. Alright, everyone. I'm trying really hard to get some on. Give it a second, everyone. By the way, everyone, we've only been on for an hour and 40 minutes. We got another 2 hours and 20 minutes left on the live. And then, by the way, after this, I'm going to be doing a live battle with AJ. So we got a little bit left here until we do that, everyone. Parker took his B12 notes while lighting. That doesn't give me bags today. Yo, thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it, Cordstar. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Not necessarily. But I will say this. On the contrary,
I can't hear you right now. It's very muffled. But if you don't think that being gay is immoral, I'm looking for some people to debate. So I appreciate you coming on.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, I can't quite hear you though, to be honest with you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, for sure, man. If you want to come on, make sure to join my Discord or something like that. I don't know. It literally, like, I honestly, bro is under the sea. Yo, what's up? Hello? How old are
Let's
you?
go. I'm 23.
Okay, for sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I think the act of being gay is immoral.
Okay, so why?
Acting it out. Well, quite frankly, I believe that the penis was created for vaginal penetration, not anal penetration. That was the main purpose for it.
By who?
By who?
Yeah.
What do you mean by who? The
Right, so
male
if you-
penis.
So if
The
you think
penis was created for the vagina.
Yeah, so if you think it's naturalistic, it wasn't created for a particular purpose, it just happens to function a particular way.
No.
So we might identify a purpose on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't have to think about it. I mean, semen shoots out and creates childbirth, right? And anal is used for excrements, for poop. It wasn't designed for insertion. It was designed for things to come out of it.
It wasn't designed for anything, but then I would just ask you the question, what about the G-spot, or like the prostate, that produce sexual pleasure when stimulated?
So that's to make the poop easier.
No, it's not. Then how come it doesn't exist within biological females?
Females have different things. They have a G-spot.
Yeah, but that's not used for them pooping.
No, those are so there are differences between men and women in anatomy, of course. Different
Yeah,
functions.
yeah. So I'm
The
asking,
G-spot.
I'm asking you why this produces sexual pleasure because it's not for poop.
That's a good question. I don't know why it produces sexual pleasure because you don't need a penis to get off in an anus. But the
But you
penis
do
doesn't
need to
do-
put something up there, don't you?
Well,
So it's
sure,
not just
but
an
the
out
penis-
thing. It's likely also an in thing. Maybe not for the male member, but maybe for a finger, I guess.
Sure, but that's hypothetical, right? That's not like factual, right?
No, I don't know. There are lots of people that do that, so I think it would be considered
Sure.
factual.
That doesn't make it a fact because a lot of people do it.
Well, no, it makes it a fact that people did it in a descriptive sense.
Sure, because they like it doesn't mean that it's what it was designed for.
Yeah, for sure. Just it functioning in that way doesn't mean that it was designed in that way either.
Oh, completely, 100%. Because if I put it inside a vagina, where a person can give birth, it's gonna do what it was meant to do. That's what semen is for.
Yeah. So what do you
100%.
What do you mean by meant to do? Meant by who?
Meant by my body. If I insert my penis.
Yeah, no. So my body doesn't mean anything outside the context of like, outside the context of like my choices. I can mean for things. I can design or I can have purposes for different actions, right? But things have functions outside of the context of the purposes that I apply upon these functions.
Yeah, but choice is different from natural occurrences, right? I can make unnatural choices, right? But if
What do you mean by natural?
I get natural meaning without thinking about it, right? If someone blindfold me and I don't see anything, and someone rubs my penis and I put it inside a vagina, that's a fertile vagina, and the semen is going to come out, it's going to do what it does, and later on, more than likely, there's going to be a baby out of it.
Sure. If a guy sucks your thing and you don't look at it, you might also nut too. That doesn't imply that like you're sexually attracted to men.
The mouth
I'm
was
so confused what this point is.
The mouth is for food. The butthole is for poop. The
Yeah,
penis
yeah.
is to
Okay, so I
shoot
have a
up
question,
for.
right? Is it immoral for me to kiss my girlfriend?
Why would it be immoral for you to kiss your girlfriend?
How is my mouth designed for that?
Your mouth was designed for food.
No, I mean, yeah, exactly. Is my girlfriend food?
I don't know. You tell me.
Bro, come on. Like, be serious. Like me kissing my girlfriend, right?
No,
That's not
no.
food.
So-
Okay, so how is my mouth designed for that?
It doesn't have to be designed for that. If
Exactly.
you choose to kiss
Wait,
your
wait.
wife, if you choose to
Exactly.
kiss your wife, that's your choice. But it's not the same thing. It's not. Listen, a kiss is not the same thing as semen coming out to put in something for a vagina, right? It's completely different. If I kiss someone, nothing's gonna come out of it but a kiss. If I stick my penis into a vagina that's fertile, a human baby is gonna come out at some point. Those are not even close to the same things.
Not always. Like every single
Well,
time
not
I've
always.
done it. Yeah, most times I've done it. It's not. I mean, all the times, right? So
Yeah,
I don't
so-
produce children from that, right? So again,
Yeah.
if someone has anal, right, well, that's not going to have any negative outcome here unless we're talking about pleasure in a consenting adult relation. So again,
Once again, the reason why yours doesn't produce children is because of an anomaly.
What do you mean yours?
Your girlfriend, which I heard you talk about, had a situation where she had to remove her uterus. If that was not the case, and you inserted your penis in there, it would do what it's supposed to do.
No, that was actually a hypothetical, right? My girlfriend's not infertile.
Sure.
She's just on birth control.
Sure, fair enough. But birth control is also something that affects something that naturally happens if it was performed.
Yeah,
Kissing,
sure.
Kissing. We can debate that all day. Sure. Another thing is, I want to talk about the knife situation that you spoke about last night, right? When you said God gave you something, and you used it a certain way, you shouldn't be punished because it was given to you, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, clear it up for me.
The knife thing I brought
Yeah,
up
you
was
mentioned-
demonstrating whether or not there's responsibility.
Yes, exactly. And let me talk about that. The
Yeah,
responsibility.
and that was also inferring joint responsibility, not just responsibility for God, right? But if you're inferring God, you've now just told me exactly what you meant by it was designed for this particular purpose. You're just inferring God.
Fair enough. And let me comment on that before you interrupt me again. If I give you a knife and you go and you stab something, fair enough. I should take responsibility for that. But if I give you the knife and tell you that the knife
No,
is
that's not what I said either. It's not what I said. either.
I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. When you were talking to the Muslim lady,
Yeah, I wouldn't say you necessarily have responsibility there because you didn't have knowledge. Responsibility under my definition requires intentfully engaging in an action knowingly. Right? If you don't know that this person's going to stab another person, given the fact that you give them a knife, you can possibly be responsible for that occurring.
No, you can't. Simply because, and let me explain this. If I give you a knife and I tell you this knife is used only for doing this, and you agree with me that you believe that and that you're going to act that out, once you go and you stab someone with that knife, it's not my responsibility for what you did. I gave you proper instruction on how it should be used. That's you acting out your free will. And I can't be blamed for your free will.
Yeah, you're not taking into account the other conditions though, because God is all-knowing, right? So if I know for sure that you're going to do this, regardless of whether or not I say don't do this, if I don't give you this knife, you're not going to stab them. So if I still give you the knife, knowing that you're going to do this, even if I say don't do this, do I have any responsibility for it?
No, because what I'm doing is, as God, I'm giving you free will. And the ultimate expression of love for your children, if you have any children, the ultimate expression of love for your children is if you know they're going to do something, you give them the benefit of the doubt, regardless.
No.
Yes.
No, you don't. If I'm a parent, I have a child, and I know that this kid is going to stab another kid if I give them the knife, even if I tell them not to, I'm not going to give the kid the knife.
No. What you're going to do is, you may not. What you're going to do
would?
is...
You give the kid the knife?
If I can talk to my kids, listen, it's not about whether they're going to do it or not. It's about whether they can or cannot do it, right?
No, it's about whether they're going to do it or not, because that's what we're talking about in terms of responsibility.
Sure, fair enough. I'll accept that. Whether they're going to do it or not. And if it's something that you created, so let's look at the creation thing. Let's look at AI, right? I designed AI to do a specific duty, but I know that things could go wrong. Am I not gonna allow AI to do what it does?
Things could go wrong and things are going to go wrong are two different conditions.
But
right?
it doesn't matter.
Wait, God is all knowing, so God knows things are going to do wrong. They are going to go wrong. Not they could go wrong.
Yes. So basically, divine purpose, right?
What? That didn't respond to anything I just said.
That does respond to it. You're not accepting it.
How?
So the fact that God knows all, and He knows what's going to happen, He allows it to happen for a divine purpose.
Okay,
right? Something that might be over you and my mind and our brains and an ability to comprehend. That doesn't make it like lack of responsibility or anything like that. It means that there's a purpose that you and I may not understand, but that doesn't make it necessarily a situation where there's lack of responsibility. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that it dismisses the idea of responsibility, whether it be moral or immoral.
That still doesn't respond to what I said. Like, what do you mean it doesn't dismiss responsibility? All I'm trying to reference with this scenario is whether or not God has responsibility if God creates the world. So, like, again, if we're going to another scenario, I'll bring up this scenario. There's hold on. Before you say something, what do you mean by responsible? What do you mean by responsible? I already said that. I already told you the conditions for responsibility. I did, right? You intentfully engage in an action knowingly. That's my conditions for responsibility. Now, would you like me to explain the analogy that I was going to bring up?
Sure.
Okay, so let's say there's a button right in front of you. If you hit this button, you know that there's going to be a simulation that's created where there's two people with subjective experiences and free will, like me and you. You tell these people, do not harm others. Do not harm anyone. But you know if you create this world, that one is going to utilize their free will to throw the other one into a room and torture them for 100 years, right? If I click this button 1 billion times, and 1 billion people get tortured, right? Do I have responsibility along with the person who also engaged in that action?
Yeah, if you put it like that, but who's pushing a button? Connect that for me, please.
Yeah. So this is the connection, right? God has a choice to either create the world or to not create the world.
Fair enough.
God is all-knowing, so all things considered, God creates the world and creates this rather than not. So intentfully engage in this action knowingly, right? The conditions of responsibility met. So if you agree with the other scenario that the conditions of responsibility were met, but you don't agree within this scenario, I would like to ask you what's the distinction between these two scenarios that infers that one would have responsibility but not the other?
I never said that there was no responsibility.
Okay, so you do think God has some level of responsibility. That's just the argument that I was posing with like the
divine
responsibility
purpose.
part.
Yes, but with divine purpose,
Sure.
with purpose behind it. That's
Sure,
all I'm
sure,
saying.
sure. So now you're saying that like, oh, yes, there's suffering that exists, right? And God's responsible for the suffering, but this is a necessary condition for there to be some ultimate good.
100%.
Okay, so I have a question. Miscarried babies prior to say 5 weeks, right? They never have a
Yep.
subjective experience. Do they go to heaven if they get miscarried?
If they get miscarried, 100%. God
Thank you,
says that
Tanto, I
He knows.
appreciate it.
I know you. God says that I know you before you have come to be.
Do they understand heaven or the ultimate good in heaven?
They don't have to. Not in their fetal state. We don't even understand heaven, and we're sentient beings living, and we don't understand heaven.
So regardless of whether or not we experience earth, we won't understand heaven.
We do not understand heaven. Our minds cannot comprehend heaven.
Okay, so there's no distinction between me and between a miscarried baby in terms of our understanding of heaven. Therefore, the suffering that we've identified within the context of our lives was not necessary for us to reach this ultimate good. And if we've identified unnecessary suffering, well, then that's just going to run down this reductio, right? Do you believe that unnecessary suffering is bad? I'll give you an analogy if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So let's say I'm giving people vaccines. I use like 3 people I give a vaccine, I use a normal size needle. If I use a bigger size needle, right, and it causes them to be bruised, causes extra pain, maybe gives them a worse vaccine, right? And I didn't need to, I could have used the other normal vaccine, like the normal size needle, right? Is it wrong for me to do that?
It depends on what the reasoning behind it is.
No, I just felt like it.
You just felt like it?
Yeah. I preferred them to have this pain rather than to not. Thank you for the money,
Okay.
Gun. I appreciate it.
What was your intention behind it?
For that to happen.
Yeah,
That was the
but for
intent.
what to happen?
The unnecessary suffering.
Okay, the unnecessary suffering. Why? Why do you want unnecessary suffering?
I just desired it. That would be the position here.
That
Right,
doesn't.
but
That's not a position because there has to be a purpose. If we're talking, if we're
that
referring
was
this to God,
dude. The
there has to be a-
purpose was that I desired it, so I just wanted that to occur, right? So
That's
like,
not
if we're
an answer,
referencing,
though.
hold up, well, it is an answer, and I'll explain to you why it's an answer.
Sure.
Why? Because if we're saying that God has choices between creating a world without unnecessary suffering and creating a world with unnecessary suffering, if there's a world in which there is unnecessary suffering, that would identify that if this God exists, they desire unnecessary suffering over like a no suffering, right? So again, that would be the issue here, is that like a God intentfully engaged in this action, creating this knowingly, right? That's gonna
false though,
ensue some
because
sort of responsibility.
because everything has a purpose. Like if I tell you I'm gonna go kill this guy, I'm gonna let this guy live. I'm gonna kill this guy, and I'm gonna say why? Because I felt like it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no listen. There's always a motive behind something. It's not just because I want to do it.
We're talking about a specific circumstance here. I don't think that's going to be relevant to this
No,
particular circumstance.
It's all at the end of the day. It's all subjective. Okay.
No. I'm bringing up it. Wait, what do you mean by subjective here? That's not even going to be relevant to like this analogy that I just brought up.
The analogy that
How
you
is that
brought up
relevant?
doesn't have a purpose to it. What you're saying is that
It does.
you
I just
did it
wait.
because you-
I just literally told you the purpose. Did you not listen to what I just said?
Yeah, yes, but you didn't explain the source of the purpose. What you told me
did.
is that
I did.
No,
You
what
didn't listen to
did-
me.
Okay, let me talk without cutting me off, and then you can correct me after. What
Well, you didn't
told me is
listen to
that-
me. So what would
Sure,
be the
fair
point
enough,
if you didn't
fair
listen
enough.
to me?
Then let me embarrass myself then, really quick. Okay.
It's not about embarrassing. It's about the fact that I have to go explain it again after I literally just explained it to you,
What-
and you're gonna
which-
act like I didn't say it.
What you told me was that this analogy that you gave is that you have a needle. You're giving out vaccines. You gave one person the small needle. You give another person the big needle, which is going to cause complications or unnecessary suffering. Okay, that's exactly what you said. I asked you why. You said because I felt like it.
Yeah, I simply desired that state of affairs over the other one. Right?
There is
And
always
that's
a
going to be
reason.
identified because I engaged in that action over the other
There
one.
is always a reason for something. It's not just because I felt like it.
Dude,
There's something-
Why did I play video games while I'm on live? Because I felt
you-
like it.
No, because you love video games and you think it's a
Yeah,
great way to
that's
spend
because
your time.
and the reason because I love video games, I felt like it. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. That's still the reason is that I felt like it.
So maybe you just love.
How is this at
causing
all
suffering.
relevant to? How is this at all
Maybe-
relevant to the demonstration here? Like I'm literally just demonstrating unnecessary suffering here.
So what you're
Right.
doing is you're putting me in a box. That's what you're doing. Okay?
No, I'm just trying to see if you agree with the conditions that unnecessary suffering is bad. That's all I'm trying to identify here. Do you think that unnecessary suffering is bad given this scenario?
This scenario, for the victim, I think that your actions were bad.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, unnecessary suffering is bad. So what I would say
That
is
makes
if we,
you
if-
immoral.
Yeah, so if we've identified a reality in which there's unnecessary suffering, that's going to tell us that an all good, all knowing, all powerful God it doesn't exist. Why? Because this God had the ability to choose to create the universe or to not create. And since they could have picked a different world and they didn't, and they decided to pick this one, that would infer that they don't exist. Why do this like transitive properties, right? If we identify that if this exists, then this God does not exist. Like if bad exists and all good God does not exist, well then, since we observe there to be bad, that means this all good God does not exist. Does that make sense?
Sure, if you want to put it to the condition that you understand everything about what God's purpose is by creating this sort of lifestyle, right? If we're talking about divine purpose,
wait, creating this sort of lifestyle, how is that relevant at all
the
to what I just said in
lifestyle
terms
is
of the
the creation
unnecessary
in which you
suffering?
talk about. The lifestyle is the creation in which you talk about, the creation of suffering, right? God creates this, okay? And you said that we both agreed that in that scenario, it would be considered bad, right? So God is the creator of all of this, as we stated. If you don't understand the purpose of why this is a thing, then all you're doing is stating your personal opinion as to why you believe the situation is that way. Because if you don't understand what the source means and where it comes from, with the delivery or the purpose for it, then you can't truly understand it. You're using basic human understanding to justify your point, but it's not really factual unless you have other people to corroborate it with you.
No, this is an internal critique. So I was asking you for your position to then say, given your position, this is what it entails. You already told me that you agreed with me that there was unnecessary suffering. We already went over that condition.
No, I agreed with you that what you did was bad.
Oh, we already went over earlier than that. You already agreed with me that there was unnecessary suffering.
Based upon what you decided to do and the way that you thought.
No, that was a different situation, right? So I'm not referencing the analogy that I brought up now. What I'm referencing is the unnecessary suffering that we identified earlier in the conversation. I can go over it again if you would like.
Unnecessary stuff. So we were talking about the analogy.
Yeah, remember the fetus in heaven, right? Like the fetus and us, we don't understand heaven any different than the fetus does. So the fetus goes to the same place we go. So that all of the suffering that exists on earth isn't going to be necessary for us to reach that ultimate good. Given the fact that that's the case,
of course it's necessary.
Okay, so then why was it not necessary for that miscarried baby at like 4 weeks?
You mean for your
actions? And no subjective experience.
What miscarried baby?
Any miscarried baby. We were referencing a miscarried baby and whether or not it goes to heaven. You told me that this miscarried baby goes to heaven regardless of whether or not it had a subjective experience, right? You
mean we're talking spiritually or we're talking physically?
Spiritually, because it'd be heaven, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't understand what miscarriage has to do with anything.
Yeah, because miscarriage is just going to infer that they never reached a point in which they had subjective experience. So they never had to go through experiences necessary to understand some ultimate good. Because the arguments people would always bring up is that you have to understand evil, or you have to understand that in order to reach some ultimate good or understand heaven in general. But your argument here is that the babies that are miscarried and go to heaven understand heaven the same way we understand heaven.
I never said that they understand it.
Wait, you said
that was your comment. That wasn't my comment.
No, you said, listen.
I said they go to heaven.
You're not letting me speak. Would you let me speak?
Because you're saying false things. Listen,
I'm not. I'm explaining.
I said that they go to heaven. I didn't say they understand it. That was what you said.
Yeah. So what was the condition I said right after that? Understand it the same way we understand it. So you said we don't understand heaven either. So we understand it in the same way they do.
And the way
debunk. If you actually let me finish, right, you're gonna understand what I'm referencing. Okay.
Sentient human beings, bro. Sentient human beings.
What?
I mentioned sentient human beings, specifically sentient human beings.
What about sentient human beings?
I said the way that sentient human beings process heaven.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't mention it towards newborns because I don't think that newborns have the ability to think the same way that we do.
Yeah, but they're still sentient.
Unborn babies?
I don't even know what you're referencing right now. When I'm referencing a miscarried baby prior to sentience, prior to subjective experience, you said that they already go to heaven, but they don't have to go through any experiences to reach that point. So what I'm simply saying is that if we compare these two, one didn't require experiences to get to heaven, to get to the same understanding as the other ones did. The other ones did had to go through the experiences, and they didn't gain anything, right? So if they don't gain anything by going through these experiences on earth, that's just going to identify to us that all the suffering on earth is going to be unnecessary, because God could have just sent us straight to heaven. That's the position here.
And God's position is that that we were in heaven.
No, we could have been just straight to heaven, right? So do you think
free
will exists
but
in heaven?
we were, though. That's what Eve was. Eve was heaven.
Do you think free will exists in heaven?
No,
No, so free will doesn't exist. Is heaven better than earth?
100%.
Okay, so heaven is better than earth. Earth has free will. Heaven doesn't have free will. So a state of existence that does not have free will is better than a state of existence in which has free will. Given the
Yes,
fact that
with the
that's the
parameters
case,
that-
we would identify that God sending everyone to heaven would just make the most sense. If they were sent to heaven and they don't have free will, they can't possibly sin against God because they don't have
Once
free will.
again, once
Since they don't-
again,
You're
hold
still
on,
not
hold
letting me
on.
finish.
Once again, Adam and Eve story, heaven on earth. We started off in heaven. We put ourselves into this world. We were not meant to
Yeah,
live.
debunk,
in this-
debunk. If you cut me off one more time, I'm gonna simply go on to the next person. Okay, right? You already
Fair
told
enough,
me
but-
heaven. You already told me heaven does not have free will. Okay, so if heaven does not have free will and they were in heaven, they could not possibly have engaged in the original sin because they don't have free will. Free will is a necessary condition for you to be able to sin.
False, because they were the only ones created in God's image. The angels, of course. Of course.
You can sin without free
The
will.
angels. Let me have a full thought before you cut me off and say that I'm cutting you off. Okay?
And can you sin without free will?
Can I sin without free will? Of course not. But the angels were created that way, not Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve were created in God's image. They were created to have free will. And that's why so-called Lucifer, the devil, envies God's creation, because they were created to have free will. They were the first of God's new kind, to make them in God's image. That's very different than the angels who don't have free will. There's a big distinction between that. And you're not accepting that. You're accepting it all or nothing, but it's very distinguishable.
No, dude. This is what you said. You said very specifically, and I want you to listen to me real quick. You said, in heaven, we do not have free will. You said Adam and Eve were in heaven, right? And then you just told me right after that they had free will.
Eve.
So
Eve.
you can have free will in heaven, is what you just said.
Heaven on earth, which is Eve, which is different than where the angels are.
So
Adam and
there's
Eve-
two different heavens.
Yes, there are multiple heavens, actually.
Okay,
Multiple.
for sure. So now we've clarified that there are multiple heavens. In order to reach the final stage of heaven, right? In the final stage of heaven, do you have free will?
In the final stage of heaven, no one is even thinking about free will.
So you don't have free will.
No, we're focused on just praising God the whole time.
Sure. Okay, we don't have free will in heaven. You said heaven in this circumstance is going to be better than what we have on earth, right?
Can I explain why?
Sure, but
There's
I
no
don't think that's
hunger.
going to be relevant.
There's no hunger. There's no thirst. There's no suffering.
Sure. Yes. Okay. So given
All
the fact,
suffering goes away.
could God have just created us in heaven without us going on earth?
Of course he could have.
Okay. And you already agree with me that heaven is a better state of affairs than earth. So if God had the choice to create a world in which had a better state of affairs than the one that exists here, that would be identifying that there's an unnecessary level of suffering, because heaven doesn't have suffering, and God could have just put us in suffering in the first place. So since we exist on this planet and there's unnecessary suffering, that tells us this all-good, all-knowing, all-powerful God cannot exist, because everything that they would engage in terms of creating the universe would be intentful, because they had a choice between creating the universe or creating a different state of affairs. Right? So they decided to create this. So since we identify something bad, that tells us that they're not all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, because you can't be all-good and then do something that's bad at the same time. Right? There's a contradiction.
No, that's you can be good and do bad things. You can. Even in life as human
sure,
beings.
you can be good and do
Yes, you
bad
can.
things, but you're saying all good. What does all good mean? All good means
All-
you only do good, right? So you
No,
can't only do
That's
good.
false. That's not what it means.
Tell me what
all good
means.
means
then.
that everything that you do, whether good or bad, is for the betterment of the situation, is overall good. It doesn't mean that it's so you're
That's why I literally set the condition of unnecessary suffering. That's what unnecessary suffering is even going to mean in the first place. I'm not just talking about suffering. I'm talking about unnecessary suffering, right? Suffering that was not necessary for this ultimate good. So we've already demonstrated is that this is bad, okay? You agreed with me that this is bad, right? So this God does not exist, right? And what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to walk away from it. So tell me which part of my argument that you disagree with.
I disagree with the fact that you think that there is either a definite good or a definite bad, and that a mixture of both is an indication that a God doesn't exist.
That's not what I said. I said unnecessary suffering. If you're implying all good, that implies that every action that they do is good or is in accordance with that goodness. So you can engage in suffering, but so long as that suffering is necessary for some ultimate good or for goodness. But the thing is, what we've identified is that there's unnecessary suffering. Therefore, this suffering was not purposeful, right? And if this suffering is not purposeful, that means that this God does not exist.
It is necessary because the free will that we
Now
have
you're
is
changing the position.
I'm
So
not. I just said it is necessary. What's
you said it
changing
is
about that?
necessary. You were just agreed with me earlier that it was unnecessary. Why'd you agree with
I
me earlier
said-
that it was unnecessary? Because you said that God could have just created us within heaven.
What
And
you
heaven
did,
is better than earth.
What I said is that what you did was wrong. That doesn't mean that
Now
the
you're talking
actions
about this is a non sequitur. Now you're talking about some random analogy that I brought up. The analogy I brought up earlier in relation to responsibility. See, this is a complete non sequitur.
No, it's not about responsibility. It's about the vaccine thing that you talked about, and that had to do with suffering, which you talked about. Okay, and that's exactly where I'm going with this. You mentioned very clearly that if you had the idea of doing it just because you felt like do it, would that be considered unnecessary suffering? Okay, what I said was the act of you doing it is bad. And the person that went through it, yeah, and that sense of like what you did, yeah, it's unnecessary. But in terms of God's plan for the overall plan, which neither of us really know, that's a different situation. And I think that the way that we think versus the way that God thinks is a very different thing. And I think that it should be distinguished. You're using human analogies to justify God, and they're separate. It's not the same. An all-knowing creator is not going to think the same way that you do. And one more thing before you say something, okay? One more thing. Actually, you know what? No, go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah. So what you're telling me now, since it's necessary suffering, that means that God, it's not logically possible for God to just put us in heaven without us going on earth. So now you're going back on that point earlier.
How does
that
it
you made.
mean that?
Because if it's necessary, that would imply that this is needed in order for there to be goodness, right? But again, we identified a better world without us actually having the suffering, because God can just send us to heaven. And again, you agree with me that heaven is better than earth.
Yes, what I'm saying is that it's necessary for God's plan, not for us to believe that it's good. It's for God's plan.
Yeah, so it's not necessary for goodness. It's necessary for just whatever God's planning to do, right? And again, what
which is
God's
good.
plan would be in relation. No, it's not good. Why? Because we've identified that there's a better state of affairs in which God can put us in, but chooses not to. Because again, we don't
Yes.
have free will in heaven, and it's a better state of affairs than exists here. So if we don't have free will, there's no way that we can sin. There's no way that there can be any fault of this existence. So obviously God would put us in this existence over another unless there was some greater state of affairs that could be achieved given the fact that you had this other condition, right? But you haven't identified that. And since we've already identified that the final place is this particular heaven either way, this is just going to be identified as unnecessary suffering, right? Because that suffering was not a necessary condition for them to be put in this heaven in the first place, because they could have just been put there the first place.
You're looking at it from very black and white measures. You're not looking at it from a higher. Okay. Let's erase the word God. Let's say creator. Okay, and I'm gonna switch it up a little bit because I know that we've been repeating this. Creation. Can you get something? This is basic. Can you get something out of nothing?
Depends on the conditions of the argument, right? I
No,
think that
I
we can
just
run
mean in
through
general.
infinite regression arguments that could necessarily pause that. In the universe, no.
In the universe, and we're a part of the universe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't get nothing from something. An author of a book, can a book write itself?
In the universe, no.
Okay, so a book can't write itself, right?
Mm-mm.
A book is like a story, right? And DNA is also like a story, correct? It's an instruction book for life, correct?
It doesn't mean it's a story. It's particular conditions that are used to create different parts in the body or necessarily get them to function together.
Fair enough. Say it is what you want. But if nothing can create itself in the universe which we live, nothing can create itself. There must therefore be a creator.
No.
Okay. So if nothing can create itself and we exist, then how is that not at least an argument for a creator?
I got a few things here, right? So we're gonna go through first. What you're doing here is presupposing intellectual design, right?
Fair
Which
enough.
if we look at the universe and we look at things, we can't actually identify that it's intellectually designed because you can't compare what's designed to what's not designed in order to tell that it's designed in the first place. Like, for example, if I'm walking on the beach and I see SOS written in the sand, I know that SOS is written by humans and not aliens or not some other thing because I have prior experiences with humans writing things on the sand versus what would be there naturally, right? I can compare what's designed to what's not designed in order to determine what's designed in the first place. Thank you for that, Mustache. I appreciate it. But if everything, and again, is designed in the universe, you can't compare it to something that's not designed in order to determine that it's designed in the first place. So that's the first fault that you have with this argument. Thank you for the hint, I appreciate it. Second of all, the universe in of itself can be eternal, never required some sort of creator, just always exists the same way God always exists. There's no necessity for some sort of creator in that condition. Next, you can necessarily posit that is, if there's a state of affairs that exists in which considers there to be nothing or not the same laws that exist within our universe, we can posit different facts about causality, right? So when we're saying that things require a cause within our universe, that's because of the particular conditions that exist due to there being things that exist. But if there's nothing, the same law of causality or law of thermodynamics that would apply to our reality wouldn't necessarily apply because there are no laws, because there's no existence. Thank you for that, Mustache. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. So given the fact that that's the case, you could necessarily say that something can arise out of there being what would be considered a vacuum state or nothing, whatever you want to define, given the fact that there wouldn't be the same conditions for causality because reality or existence isn't there yet. It's non-existence.
Okay, so basically, we sort of agree.
What?
We do. I mean, you still haven't proven anything. You haven't proven that what I'm saying. You're saying like in another universe or with
I
other
literally
laws,
proved your God
other
not
uni-
true. We already went through the contradiction within what you believe in. I gave you other alternatives in terms of explanations for the universe, right? So what do you
Other
mean I haven't
laws?
brought up anything to you?
Other laws that exist outside our laws?
Yeah, I'm saying that there can be different conditions given the
Can
fact that
be.
we have a different state of affairs.
Can
right?
be.
That's the conditions that I brought up. That's an explanatory, the logically possible explanation.
The magic word was can be.
Can we what?
Can be. The wording. There can be another explanation.
Yeah.
So how does that disprove my possibility? If there can be other explanations. That doesn't cancel out mine.
Because I'm saying that you have this assumption that this can be an explanation. I canceled out yours because of the contradiction. When we identify the contradiction that says that your explanation is not going to be possible, it's impossible due to the contradiction. But other gods can exist. So we refer to a deist god or a mind that set off the cause of existence. That's logically possible, right? I actually don't have an issue with any of those models. What I have an issue with is this triomni god, in which posits particular claims about morality, in which we then have to go against, right? Because someone just decides to believe in it with absolutely no reason and no evidence. Those are the conditions that I think that are very weird and don't make sense. But if you just believe that some mind created the world, well, I see that there's no contradiction there.
It's not a mind. It's a force field. It's a power.
Force field power, that's not going to imply the triomni god. It's going to imply a different state of affairs. You might say some independent existence if you want to bring up like the Buffergate argument or something.
Right now, we're talking about a creator. We're not talking about a triomni god.
Oh, okay, yeah. So again, I told you a creator in of itself is logically possible. A triomni god isn't going to be logically possible given this view.
Fair enough. Triomni god aside, creator is where I'm going.
Sure,
And it-
logically possible. I mean, I have issues with like the Kalam cosmological argument or like other arguments. I don't think they necessitate a god, but I think that they make it certain that there's a possibility for there to be God, logically speaking, in terms of a deist God, one that just created the universe but doesn't interact with it. But again, if this God does have some notion of knowing about what's happening in the universe, well, then that questions the morality of this. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. And then again, the other types of things that I gave you, like the nothing argument, actually is what I think is the best argument for infinite regress. Because actually, when people are arguing infinite regress of an uncreated creator, they actually have to posit that there's going to be a contradiction to the rule or to the principle in order for there to be an aid to it, right? So when I refer to the nothing argument, that doesn't posit a contradiction, right? So that's actually probably the best explanation for the contents of the infinite regression argument. Thank you for that, Mustache. I appreciate it.
Possibly, yeah. 100%. These are all just hypotheticals, but I mean, I think you answered my question. Yeah, so there's a possibility of a creator, right?
Yeah, not the one that you believe in, though.
Well, you don't know what I believe in. You heard me quote some scripture. You heard me quote some scripture from what I learned growing up. That doesn't mean that I believe in it.
Okay, so you don't believe in the triomni god. So why were we arguing about that? If you don't believe in the triomni god, I'm about to kick you out, dead ass, by the way.
That doesn't mean that we can't talk about it.
Wait, you don't believe in the triomni god?
No.
So why were we going through that?
Because you were talking about God. And I was making a claim
when I'm
for
referring to an all-good, all-knowing, all-powerful God, that's going to be different than me referring to a deist God, right? There's two different. That's just gonna be an equivocation on your ends, right?
So if I'm an atheist, I can't talk about God. I can't talk about a triumphant God.
No, you can, but don't come on my live saying that you believe in this in order to like literally make us go through this argument for like the past like 30 minutes, dude. Because not only does it waste my time, but it wastes everyone else's time on the live, and actually doesn't get to all the people that are literally waiting in the guest box who want.
When did I say I believed in it?
Bro, this entire argument you've been arguing on that basis.
Yeah, but I never told you I believed in it.
I'm pretty sure I've asked you if these were your positions.
Yeah. Listen, for the sake of argument, sure. But I never told you that I believed in it. That's
Well,
not the same thing.
maybe I just messed that up, right?
It's an assumption.
I guess. Well, I mean, you're coming on to the live arguing against this position. You said that being gay was immoral. The reason why you said that it was is because you hold these particular religious perspectives. The only religious perspectives that infer that being gay is immoral, given this view, would be necessarily the triomni gods. Forgive me if I made a presupposition based on what you already told me, but given what you told me, that's what it would posit. That's the entailment of the views that you told out to me. So don't try to manipulate me or gaslight me.
I'm not.
When it's obvious that you were literally arguing that this was your position. Like that's
You've got it half right though. You got it half right because
I don't have it half it right.
I
had it completely right.
I mentioned penis and vagina and the functions of the penis with the anus and the vagina.
Yeah, and you were making a design argument. You were saying it wasn't designed for this particular purpose. The only religions that infer that are the triomni gods.
You don't have to have a religion to believe that.
Bro, oh my God, what
there
other view of God? What other view of God indicates this phenomena?
There are indigenous
there is
people
no
across
other
the
view
world
of God
that don't have
indicates
gods.
it.
There are indigenous people around the world that don't have gods.
Dude, that's what you were referencing. Wait, you already agreed when I brought up the fact that you were like, oh, so you're actually just arguing God when you were talking about like, oh, it's made for this particular purpose, and you said yes. So, dude, don't even act like you're like you were like not arguing this or like maybe you were talking about some spirits.
No,
dude. This is ridiculous.
No.
Point. I'm gonna go to the next person, man.
thing.
Have a great fucking day, man. Unbelievable, unfucking believable. Chat. Like, is this me? Like, is it just me or like? Is that him just like literally trying to like get out of it when he literally was doing that? There's no intellectual honesty there. All right. Let me go into the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick. We'll have to send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. By the way, everyone, we got 2 hours and 20 minutes left on live. So if you want to see some debates, tap the screen. But yeah, let me get on to the next person here real quick, y'all.
Howdy.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 63.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Are you basing this on society or religion?
I'm just asking you what your particular position is.
No, your question is being gay immoral? Are you basing the question on religious beliefs, society beliefs?
I'm asking people what their positions are. So when I ask you why is being gay immoral, that's referencing your particular position. I don't hold any religious view or any view that's based upon what society thinks.
Well, actually, from what I've been watching, you say you're agnostic, but you seem to bring God into your debate a lot, and I was wondering about that.
Yeah, so when I say I'm agnostic, that means I don't know if a God exists, but when we're referencing the triomni gods, I'm pretty sure that they don't exist. Right, so you can refer to me as an agnostic atheist as you would like, but I'm not going to say I don't think that, like, say, like a deist god or a mind that generated the universe doesn't exist. I'm going to say it's logically possible, but, I mean, that wouldn't be the position that I necessarily hold. I would say I don't know.
I would say my position is both religious and society is that, no, being gay is not immoral. Now, are you talking about being gay or the homosexual act?
Yeah, we're talking about people engaging in gay sex. Right, so do you think that's immoral?
No, that's a choice between two people.
Sure. So if you don't think that's immoral, I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on.
All right, good luck.
Thank you for the music. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. By the way, everyone, please only send a guest request if you want to debate. I'm just looking for debates. Please only send a guest request if you think that being gay is immoral. By the way, if you do agree with me and you want to talk to me, make sure to join my Discord, y'all. Linktree's in bio. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
31.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I think God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Yeah, so how do you know that Adam and Eve even existed in the first place? Because that wouldn't be a good explanation for the genetic diversity that exists on the planet right now. If Adam and Eve
It's
were created about like 6,000 years ago, right? You wouldn't be able
It's
to explain
absolutely.
the
I mean,
genetic diversity.
God made a man's penis to shoot out sperm, put it in the vagina to have a baby, not to put it in the asshole and have sex from the fucking poop shoot.
Yeah. So I have a question.
We're here.
We're here doesn't actually indicate that it's a God, because you would have to then argue that it's a necessary fact for God to exist in order for us to be here, which means it would be true in all possible worlds. So what would be the argument for God being necessary?
Read the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't actually give an argument for God being necessary. It just
No, but
simply
God-
claims that God exists.
So being gay is being gay immoral. So in the Bible it said you cannot be unequally yoked. So what you gonna do there?
The Bible.
Being gay is being unequally yoked.
Yeah, I honestly don't care what the Bible says. The Old Testament infers lots of things. Like the Old Testament infers that you wearing two different fabrics is going to be a sin, right? So are you wearing two fabrics right now?
Two fabrics?
Yeah.
I just got out of the swimming pool. I'm wearing a one-piece bikini.
You've worn two fabrics in the past, right? So that's going to mean that you're a sinner, my guy.
No.
All right, given Levitical.
Nah, it's no argument, buddy.
That is an argument, but I mean, we can actually.
Say it again.
Do you believe God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good?
Absolutely.
Okay, so given the fact that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, does God have free will? Thank you, Stash. I appreciate it. Thank you. Does God have free will? You muted your mic, by the way, Devin. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Buddy. Oh, that's unfortunate, chat. That's unfortunate. Yeah. All right. Have a good day, Devin. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much for the corgi. I appreciate it, T-Cracks. Thank you so much. Hope you all had a fantastic day so far. Everyone, if you want to see some more debates, tap the screen. It will help send out to more people. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick. But yeah, let me go into the next person here real quick, everyone. The new sound effects, I'm pretty sure they added to TikTok, so I can like throw those.
Hello, my friend.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Yes.
Why so? Corgi, I appreciate it. Based. Okay, so why is that wrong?
Because, do you want to know my opinion?
Yeah, why? I didn't notice. Yo, I have no clue. Wow. Yeah, this is unbelievable. This is so good, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I don't think it is.
All right, well, I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next person. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates, everyone. Dude, we have so many trolls, y'all, in the guest box.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I am. Hi, first time to talk to you.
Yeah, how old are you?
Hello. No, I am 40.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is
Hello?
immoral?
I think it's the choice. It's fine.
All right, well,
I
if you don't think that
يعني
it's...
يعني
Yeah, if you don't think that it's immoral, I'm looking for some people. All right, we're going to go on the next person, everyone. Oh, they're lagging, everyone. That's them. Yo, what's up? Carly, you there? Hello? Okay. Y'all, this is so bad today. I'm trying really hard. Give it a minute, everyone. We're trying to get someone in here. If you want to see some debates, tap the screen, everyone. It should help send out to more people. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, Metaphysical. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Tomorrow?
Personally, I do subscribe to the domination of Christianity. And so, yeah, I believe sexual interactions between members of the same sex is displeasing to who I believe to be God.
Okay, so how do you know God exists in order to say that it would be displeasing?
Well, I mean, I think first off, Parker, I watched. I think second off, I think morality is a very subjective view, personally. I think there are no objectives, primarily in all of human existence. So I don't know. You ask how I can explain that there is.
Okay, so like
Based on personal experience.
yeah, so I'd make a distinction in terms of morality and other things because morality I think is going to refer to preferences, whereas when we're referencing things like whether or not the earth is flat, right? That's going to refer to facts. So
For sure,
we're going to
right.
make a distinction in terms of that aspect. So if we're
Yeah,
referring
of
to
course.
facts like what explains the universe, then it's probably going to refer to something else other than just our preferences. So if we have like a preference, I think maybe that would be like good to justify like, oh, I hope God exists, right? Or like I hope the world's going to be in a better place tomorrow than true, right? That's where I would come at this point.
For sure. Question of why is being gay immoral? I mean, it's based completely upon subjective truths, right? Held by individuals who, I guess, subscribe to a social construct, correct?
Yeah, of like God explaining the existence of the world or something like that.
Correct. Yeah. I
So
mean,
like
what people believe to be moral and immoral changes consistently.
yeah, sure. So like when we're referencing this though, would we say that there's a way to distinguish between this view and other religious views that would infer that one's right and the other one's wrong?
How do you mean, if you don't mind explaining? Sorry.
Yeah, so like if we compare, say, Christianity to be right, I mean, one has to be wrong, at least, right? Because even if one's
Sure.
true, the other one would have to be false. It's either they're
For
both
sure,
wrong
right.
or one's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, so one of them has to be wrong. So given the fact that one of them has to be wrong, how do we tell which one's wrong and which one's
Really good question. I think that is a really good argument. I think one of the biggest things that delineates between right and wrong is like I was explaining, that social, I guess that social construct that you subscribe to. Now, I personally believe that my God is right, has created the set of laws and bylaws and guidelines that is required as a prerequisite to enter into his presence again, which is known as heaven, right? But I mean, I don't believe that immorality instantly.
Yeah, so again, I want to make a distinction here between morality and our preferences and like facts, right? When we're referencing like the explanation of the universe. So we're going to make a distinction between that. Like, because again, then we would be saying like, okay, the only distinction between these different religions, you know Stewie Griffin from Family Guy?
Sure.
Yeah. Have you ever temporal loop?
Correct.
Yeah.
I've
So
seen that.
let's say I believe in that, right? Let's say I believe that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop. I just infer that, oh, because Stewie Griffin created the universe, actually, it created the idea within, Seth context of Family Guy. So like
Right.
we can necessarily provide explanations. What infers that one would be right here in terms of Christianity over something like Stewie Griffin creating the universe?
So what would prove that my belief is more accurate than another's?
Yeah, in this scenario, yeah. Or is it just gonna be
I
like a
mean,
choice?
yeah, I would say just like how being gay is a choice, right? I believe me. I think you're right. I think people who are, you know, who are homosexual have a biological urge to reproduce and have affection, well, sexual attraction towards members of the same sex. I believe in that.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a choice.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So wait, what was the original point that you were bringing up before you said that?
So, no, I was just saying that, because at least as far as I understood, the question is, why is it immoral? Well, it's immoral to some. That was my only argument. It's just,
Do you think that
it's,
it's immoral? Like to have gay intercourse?
I think it displeases the God that I believe in.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to this. Like, how do we know God exists in order to bring up this scenario, and maybe you'll kind of understand what I'm coming at. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Why not?
There's evidence to support otherwise.
Okay, so if someone believes it's flat, is that going to be something that you think is like justified?
No, but Earth is round, right? And I deem it to be so to myself. If someone believes it's flat, then they believe it's flat. I don't see what the issue is with that.
Sure, but you think it's wrong, right? That it's flat because
Yeah,
of the
I
evidence.
mean, I think pedophilia is the Maldives and in Yemen, right? 9-year-olds can consent to sex, but I don't necessarily believe in it.
Yeah, we don't think that they can consent, but like you're saying that descriptively speaking, in those countries they can. So,
right. They legally can.
Sure, that's not the point that I'm trying to bring up here. What I'm trying to bring up is that the Earth is a particular way in an objective manner, right? Like the fact that the Earth is spherical, right? We require evidence for these positions. Think of the Gus the Groundhog. I appreciate it. So why do we require evidence?
Not always, right?
Oh my God, this is so loud. Oh my God, that was so loud. Yo, thank you for the gift. Whoever sent that dancing, I appreciate dancing. I don't even know what it said. Dancing Adam.
Oh, was that me? I'm sorry.
No, it was sent to me by someone in the comment section. That like echoing on mine, maybe. Well, where were we at? Sorry.
No, I was just saying, if choosing to, I guess, right. I don't believe being gay is immoral. Having same-sex attraction, it can be observed in nature multiple times. However, I do believe that based on having sexual intercourse and acting upon that sexual preference is displeasing to God.
Yeah. So again, we just go into like this again, and I would say like, why do we require a standard of or like the Earth is round, but we don't require a standard of evidence to say that God exists?
I actually
see. I don't know. To be honest with you, is like if we're gonna require standards of evidence in order for other beliefs, I don't understand what the distinction would be between them. That would mean that we don't need it here. But I mean, we could maybe apply a standard of evidence of saying like, oh, this would be like the best explanation. And in particular,
sure. And I mean,
the triomni God, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God. There's an extremely hard way to a hard time establishing that would be like a best explanation or something like that. I've never met someone that's been able to do so.
Yeah, and I think thinking in terms of existence as your life from thinking of that as one's entire existence, right? It'd be hard to prove something that goes beyond, which is kind of a bedrock in most Christian faiths, right? And I guess we won't really ever know until we pass that, right?
Sure, yeah, but like of God exists like this, right? They would know exactly
Sure.
what evidence would convince us of its existence, right? Since they know exactly what would convince us of its existence, right? If they're going to hold us accountable for believing in them, it probably seems unlikely that there's some type of God that would infer this notion of we're going to be held accountable for knowing that they exist or for believing that they exist.
For sure. And personally, I mean, I know exactly what, or I guess I can't say I know exactly, but I do understand that for us, he would know the best way to convince us, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Yeah, like they would know
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what to
I'm
say to
sorry, I
you.
was just confirming.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say one of two things that would have to satisfy either one, like you were saying, God does not exist, or power, but is not completely infinite, correct?
Yeah, it's not like all knowing, all powerful, right? Maybe
Sure.
they know what's going to occur and they can't stop it, right? They can't
Sure.
create a different reality. Maybe they're powerful, but they don't know what's going to occur.
Sure. And I think it would be up to, the person's subjective ideology and thoughts to distinguish what God they believe in, right? Personally, I believe that God does have finite. He has rules and boundaries that he has to exist within.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so
If this God is finite, he has rules he has to, I guess, work within, then the human experience could be one of those factors that is necessary for us to go on to the next life.
Yeah.
And there might be, sure, and to, I guess, receive one of those preconditions would possibly be giving us free agency, giving us, the freedom to choose, allowing us to sin, and then, telling us what they understand to be, what is able to get us to the best path.
well, maybe that could be the case, but those are
That's what I'm saying.
No,
I'll
you're
stop,
good. You don't
sorry.
worry. What I think would have to be the case is that essentially all animals would have to be NPCs, and most human beings that suffer a lot on the planet would also have to be NPCs. Like if we're going to assume some sort of god like this, I would say that would then make the most sense. Like if it was just like my own reality that exists, and then everyone else is NPCs, right? But since everyone else exists, and we identify there to be so much, identify many different aspects of unnecessary suffering. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. The kind of way that I identify this is that, do you think that
It's interesting. I however, there's a lot of steps that happen before that, but yeah, sure.
what are some of those steps?
So in my particular religion, we believe that no matter what a person does in this life, even in the next life, they pass into a realm called the spirit world. It's a place where people are able to have a second chance. It's where people who have never heard of God get the opportunity to learn and still give the opportunity to accept him.
Okay, so but if you have heard of God and you just didn't necessarily,
yes, a degree of it, sure. But again, if someone rejects it in this life, they go to the next life and they have the opportunity to learn about it again.
figure this out. So I mean, the thing is, we could
they
still...
are finite. They are finite.
Yeah, here's my argument. Do you think it's logically possible for God to just create us in heaven?
Well, it depends. It's if there is a finite God, no, right? If there are, say right, God is omnipotent in the terms of his ability, or I guess his potential, right, is endless. right? It's not like when people say, "Oh, you have boundless potential here on Earth." Like literally, he will gain the ability to do anything. When starting the Earth, it may not have been the case.
Okay, so you're saying that maybe the conditions were different insofar in which a god could not have.
No, I don't think anyone knows.
Right. So I mean, if we don't necessarily know, right? How could we conclude that this god exists? Wouldn't you then conclude that you don't know?
This is what I believe and subscribe to. I believe that it makes me a better person.
Okay. They believes that them believing in, say, like, I don't know, one of their dead family members not dying, right? And that makes them a better person. Do you think it's justified that they believe in that? Like you think it's true? Or would you just say this is going to be like in accordance to what they believe?
Well, so you say they believe in their family member not dying?
Yeah.
They act or
their entire life. That's just their belief here. No, but do you think it's true? That's what I'm saying.
No, personally, I do not.
So personally, we don't.
All religion everywhere is subjective. It's socially agreed upon. You know, it's socially agreed upon rules and guidelines that we live in.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No. Good arguments. Appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day. All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap the screen. If you want to see some more debates, let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick, everyone. We do have another hour and 19 minutes left on the live. Here in about 20 minutes, we're going to be turning on sub-only chat. So if you want to have access to the sub-only chat, if you want to debate, if you think that being gay is immoral, make sure to send a guest request right now. If I don't get to you today, I apologize. Make sure to come on another time. I do accept the first people who send requests. DM me on Discord, by the way. But yeah, we will be going to sub-only here in a little bit, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they just left. Okay. All right, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. I'm going to scare people like because the sounds, they've never heard it before. That's great, honestly. By the way, everyone, I might just have trolls on here. I don't know. Okay, y'all. It's actually not going through. I don't know if the people in here are trolls at this point or not. I actually can't tell.
Hello,
yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
40?
Hello, 40. 40.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
I think it's the choice. I think it's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like your what do you call this one? It's so nice that for you just to talk about it. We are from UAE, and I think it's fine.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. I keep adding this that I've already added on, and I can't actually differentiate between who it is and who guest request back. I just turned them back on. You can send a guest request back if you would like to. Please only send a guest request if you want to debate, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Why do you care about the topic? Because there are people that get stoned, unalived for being gay. People who have been demonized, hated for being gay, for absolutely. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I hate monkeys.
I'm so confused.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33, 32.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Sorry. Yes, in the terms of morality in Christianity.
Are you a Christian?
I'm not. Anyway, but
I'm looking for some people to debate, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
okay.
All right. By the way, everyone, please. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you think that being... Is there a way you can fix the echo? I hear my voice pretty loud and clearly, and I can barely hear your voice.
Sorry.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I do
Hello.
hear you.
I just feel that it's immoral because I think morals sort of is how you decide what's right and wrong, right? So based on what I feel is right and wrong, I think being gay goes against what I feel naturally about the human interaction.
Being gay is wrong. Do you have a reason as to why, outside of your
Yes.
feeling?
Yeah. No, I think if you eliminate all the the other factors, the other biases, I feel naturally it feels very unnatural. I'd like to share a personal
What do you
experience,
mean by
if I may.
unnatural?
Yeah, so I'd like to point to something that happened, an experience that I had, and how I felt about it. Maybe that'll explain.
I guess.
Yeah.
How long is
So
it, by the way?
sorry.
How long is going to be the story? Is it only like a minute or so?
No, it's just very, very briefly. Yeah. So
Okay, for sure, you're good.
yeah. So one time at a mall, I was I was just casually shopping, and then I saw this eyeing me from the other side of the the store, and then he kept following me, and then he was a guy, and he was like expressing interest and like trying to approach me, which felt very unnatural, and I sort of was taken aback, and I felt very what do you say, very scared, and like it felt so wrong. So this was before like my mind starts calculating like hey, wait, where in religion does it say this, or who said this, I mean, who said this before, who has experienced it before. I had no such experiences before, into a sort of reactive mode where I had to make sure that I was safe, because like if it was the opposite gender doing this, I it's no issue, but the same gender doing this like caught me off guard, and it felt so wrong. Yeah, so based on that.
One, it could just be that you're not used to it because no man's necessarily ever come up to you. Second of all, it can be due to social expectations put on you by society. So because you feel like it's unnatural, that could have been influenced by society, right? Likely to be influenced by society because society has brought up to people that it could necessarily like feel like wrong, right? But that doesn't indicate that it's wrong. I don't intrinsically have this opinion. I didn't have this opinion as a kid, right? So I wouldn't see that to be something that we'd like to hold to be true in this scenario.
Like yeah, so I think that's a construct that you feel sounds right, but based on my my experience, views on
No, it just
whether
kind of
gay
tells
is
you that
being
you think that it's immoral.
Because yeah, so I'd like to ask, like, what's your position about morality? Like, how do you decide what's moral and immoral? Like, what sort of like what leads you to sort of arrive at the moral conclusions that you arrive at?
Yeah, so morality is just
Just to
going to be
understand.
yeah, morality is going to be a description of my psychological preferences. But when I give someone a decision or maybe like an argument for why I think that this is immoral, right? Unless it would
Right.
it will come
So
down to some sort of intuition in which we won't necessarily be able to move anywhere based upon. So if you just have the intuition that being gay is wrong, well, I'm going to say that's not a convincing position, right? But I'm going to
the reason is like my natural disposition, like because like until I sort of experience that, I wouldn't have had a issue or anything like between a guy approaching someone. Felt and what I experienced sort of helped me understand that this is something that's against my will, and like this is not what I want. Because naturally, like when do we actually grow into being attracted to the opposite sex, right? So I think it comes with what you're naturally inclined towards. Like if you take the composition of the human anatomy, right? We can see compatibility.
yeah, so what
I
this
thought
just
you were
tells you
waving
is
at
that
the time.
what this just tells you is you're not gay, right? Like for example, if I have the feeling, right, or the taste in my mouth that vegetables are not good in terms of their taste, is that going to imply that it's wrong to eat vegetables?
No.
Because you're not gay, or because you necessarily felt weird when someone of the same sex came up to you and approached you in that manner, doesn't implicate that it's immoral or that you have some natural inclination to think it's wrong.
Right. So I understand your point, but sort of desire on another person, right? So based on that alone, I think okay, let's disregard the example, but the man and the woman, like the anatomy is compatible with each other, and like the reason why they get intimate is to create offspring and also sort of fulfill their desires, right? So how do you sort of reconcile being gay with this this natural sort of inclination?
Natural inclination the same way that people I know who are gay have a natural inclination to like what they like. Right? I can't choose to find to find men sexually attractive, right? The same way you
Okay,
can't
right.
choose to find men sexually attractive as well. Right? I can't just go up to a man and just decide to be sexually aroused. No, it's necessarily something that occurs.
Right. So I think so just to keep it short, I think the question was whether you feel being gay is immoral, or why let somebody else have a go at it.
All right, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Oh, is it letting me disconnect? Right now, if you think that being gay is immoral, please only send a guest request if you want to debate. If you agree with me, make sure to join my Discord.
Yo, bro, how are you?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Actually, with me, the way I'm seeing it is very immoral.
It's moral?
Yeah, it is immoral. Actually, it is like bad manners.
Oh, it's immoral. Okay, so why do you think that it's immoral?
Okay. Feces, which one can you choose?
Between what?
Urine and feces, urine and bog. Which one can you choose?
In what scenario?
Okay. For example, okay, let's say you've been given two options, urine and bog. You've been told choose one. Which one can you manage? Okay, clean this floor. There is a floor with
Maybe the urine.
yeah. You see, you are right. You'll clean the urine. Okay, you know, being gay, it is let's say it is the act. Okay, it may sound rude. Gays are having sex. Where do they penetrate?
Depends on like what gay people you're talking about. Are you talking about lesbians or are you talking about gay men? Gay men, it can be through oral or it can be through anal. But yeah, generally
And
speaking,
okay,
it's not
yeah,
like people are just
and
going in full
yeah,
like not cleaning at all. People clean, right? The
yeah,
same sort of way
yeah.
people clean who are straight. Like if you don't clean and you have sex when you're straight,
Interesting. And then another thing why I'm saying it is not okay, it is immoral. Let's say it is natural that the female parts, okay, when you're having romance, it automatically lubricates itself.
it automatically
The,
like
the
gets wet. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
When you are
this
romancing,
this same thing happens with men.
okay. You know, with me, I've never noticed that, but let's say, does the
Yeah, so I don't think that's something you would know then, or you would notice. But when I've asked gay people about what happens, that's what they tell me.
yeah, because you know, as it cannot remove the slippery mucus that makes it easy for during sex.
Yeah, so I have a question then. Then why is there
Yeah.
a what's called this P spot? Why is there a prostate within the male asshole in which produces sexual pleasure when stimulated?
Okay. I may not talk about it because I've not understood you well. Maybe if you elaborate.
Yeah, so there's something within the male asshole in which, if stimulated, produces sexual
Yeah.
pleasure. That same thing does not exist within the female asshole.
Oh, there is something there. I've never noticed that, bro.
I haven't myself, but gay men have told me about it.
Okay, man, no problem. Let everyone enjoy himself, yeah? Yeah, because let's say with me, with my tradition, it doesn't allow that. So I just have to follow it.
Your tradition. So whatever tradition exists is going to indicate that it's correct.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it is correct
So
actually, because
if a tradition implies that eating your babies is moral,
yeah.
right? Are you going to think that eating your babies is moral?
Okay, it is not moral.
No, it's not, right? So regardless of whether or not there's a immoral. So what's going to be the argument for this?
This one, okay, for you, I know you're going to say it is not moral. Okay, let me ask you this: Are you gay?
No, I'm straight.
Oh, but you're saying it is not bad, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're confusing these people.
How am I confusing people?
Them, you know, is like you are making them go astray.
I'm making them go straight?
No, you are making them go astray, go in a wrong direction, in an
I'm teaching straight people to be gay?
No, you are teaching you are telling gay people to maintain their line.
Yeah. Yeah, gay
But
people
you are not.
it's good to be it's okay to be gay, right? Like it's okay to be straight. Yeah, it's a matter of your preferences.
But again, we can ask ourselves why we are not gays or lesbians.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. There are people who have gay parents, so for them, they would be like, oh yeah, the people who have taken care of me are gay, right? So I mean, that's going to be a different implication for them. Like if
So
they
so
didn't adopt,
let
if those gay parents weren't together and did screw.
let me ask you. Have you ever seen anyone who was born with a gay father? A gay father got pregnant and gave birth.
No, I've never seen a gay biological children through what's called IVF, in vitro fertilization. So essentially, they take sperm from the male and they take an egg from
Yeah.
a female's egg and they put that into a surrogate, someone who essentially gets paid to give birth.
So let's say that family will have that kid will belong to one father, not both parents, eh?
I don't think that. Yeah, it will be one. It will be the biological.
There will be some love missing there because it is evident that a parent needs to a kid
Male, female, or female, female. It doesn't have to be a male and a female. So they can have another parent, right? It just doesn't have to be the person that is biologically their parent.
Okay, man, no problem, man. As you've said, but with me, I think I'm straight. Yeah.
Did you think I was
Okay,
arguing for you to be gay, bro? Like,
no. The way you're saying is like being gay, man. Being gay is has some fun, man.
I'm not even saying being gay is fun. I'm just saying it's okay. I don't know. I'm not gay myself. I would assume.
But it is funny. Let's say you are dating someone with beards and you also have beards.
I'm dating someone with what?
Beards. They have beards.
Beard?
Yeah,
beard. Beard.
Yeah. This one's down in your jaws here, somewhere around your jaws.
Are you saying am I attracted to beards? I'm so confused.
No. I'm saying it is funny.
Okay. You have a beard and you're dating another person with a beard. Okay.
Yeah, it feels some take. It feels. See, it is just let's say it's something that is new.
Yeah, so just because something's new to you doesn't mean that it's wrong. Like, for example, for the people who lived in societies in which had slavery, it is new for people to not be slaves anymore. Does that mean that it's wrong for that to be the case?
No, slavery continues.
Everywhere. So, like, again, in places in which there's not slavery anymore, right?
But-
Would it then infer that slavery is going to be good?
We can support slavery now, but it is not done the way it used to be done before when people were being. I support slavery, but it is nowadays in a new way. You can be a slave.
Yeah. Or Arena, what type of slavery do you support?
Okay, which types of slavery? Because with me, I can give you an example. I don't know the names of slaveries, but I know an example. A slave, you are working in order to get money.
Yeah, working in order to get money does not make me a slave. I think we just have different definitions of slavery.
Okay. You tell me your part.
Yeah, so slavery to me is going to be that you're forced by another actor in order to work, right? So in society here, in a capitalist society, we're not necessarily forced by another individual, but if wind blows me off of a mountain and I fall to my death, was I murdered?
That one I can say you committed suicide.
No, it wasn't. I just simply died, right? That's what I'm kind of referencing is like you would argue, given that position, that you were murdered, right? You were murdered by the wind. Okay? That's your position, right? My position is that you just died, Okay. Do you understand
Yeah.
understand why I think it's kind of absurd for you to have this definition of slavery?
Yeah. That is these factors that you've said that makes us become slaves. Okay. You know,
Thank you for the
you know,
confetti, I
you know. We
appreciate
have
it.
to the basic needs. Basic needs are the ones that are making us slaves. Now we have to go and work. In order for you to earn, you must work. It's like you are a slave. You have
Okay,
no
that,
option.
wait. Just because in order to slave,
Yeah.
it just means that you're a
Yeah.
person in which needs to work in order to survive, right? Needs by society. So for example, if you're born in the woods, right? Are you survive for yourself?
Yeah. To some extent, it is not slavery, but
Wait, no,
it is
But
also
your
slavery.
definition, it still is slavery, right? There's no one else that exists. It's just me, but I'm still a slave. Why? Because I have to.
It is true. It is true. Because see, you see, like maybe in the US or maybe in the, let's say, in the Middle East. Okay, the Arabs that are staying in the Middle East. You know, those people, they don't have to work. Like their kids, they don't have to work. They just every month they are
Bro, what
paid. Yeah. See, have you heard about the okay, like in Qatar, the Arabs, the Qataris. You know, those people, they don't work.
Why do they
They
not
are
work?
paid. They are paid by the government every month. Even their kids who are in school.
Yeah, but you never have to work in your life.
Yeah, they don't work. Those people now we can say they are not slaves, but the rest
Okay,
of us we are
wait.
slaves.
They don't work at all, yet they
They
still
don't
are
work
able
at
to
all.
survive.
Yeah.
So essentially what you're saying is that they enslave other people then.
You are right.
Other people. So yeah, they might not work, but yeah, it's because they're a slaver. Like, bro, what? Yeah, yeah, people in the definition, sure, man. I think this is still going to be an absurd notion of slavery, right? Because you think that the person in the fucking forest by themselves is a slave, regardless of whether or not there are other individuals there, just because they need to like get fucking strawberries in order to survive.
Yeah, but you know, this one we have to accept the way things are. Or what can I say?
Wait, no, actually, can you make a meaningful needing food in order to eat for myself in this like forest situation?
Okay, let's say someone cannot force you to work, but you'll have to force yourself.
You don't force yourself to work. I don't think that makes any sense. Colloquial sense of like, oh, I kind of didn't want to do it, but I got myself to do it. We don't technically mean force in a literal sense. Like,
So
that's just incoherent. Like, that makes no sense to me.
so with you've decided that slavery is when you are forced to work.
No, I think that's slavery. But to me.
Okay, man. Let me leave for another guest to come up, man.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Have a great day.
Okay.
We're all slaves, everyone. All right. All right. Let me go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. If you want to have access to the sub only chat, make sure to subscribe right now. It helps me come on here every day. I appreciate everyone doing so. We did just get like the sound effects thing, so I've been trying to run through it. We got boring. We got heartbeat. We got wow. Wait, y'all. Tell me that does not sound like I accidentally throw the ball behind me. You know, like when you mess up and you throw the ball. It's identical, y'all. Holy fuck. Identical. I don't see the distinction. There's no meaningful distinction, chat. All right, let me go to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Subscribe to me if you want to have access to the sub chat, y'all. The sound effects are fun. They actually kind of are. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45, and you know what, Parker? You're a piece of shit. You think you're very smart, but you're not very smart. You're just a little punk kid, eh? Alright? And yes, being gay is immoral. It is not right. You can laugh all you want. On this planet, male and female is made to procreate. Here, except for gay is immoral.
Okay, is it immoral for me to have intercourse with my infertile wife?
No, because that's not something that is not the why an infertile wife does not mean that you're fucking immoral, you dumbass. You're having sex with a woman. You don't get a choice because you can't have babies. Okay, but we as species to this planet, right, are meant to procreate. Women, mammals, and reptiles, you know, even those are. That's why it is immoral.
Okay,
you
yeah,
are the stupidest fucking kid I've seen on the internet in my fucking life. Okay, you are a fucking idiot. You need to get a fucking reality check. You have no idea about reality. And here's another thing. You don't think you're enslaved? You are enslaved by your government. That's why you hold a social insurance number. That is your enslaved taxes till your death. You dumbass. Laugh all you want, but it's fucking truth. That's how stupid you are. You're just a punk kid. And if I ever seen you in public, I would smash your fucking teeth right down your throat. Okay? I would fucking literally beat the shit right out of you.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it.
Because you're nothing.
So I want to respond back to the. You said that being
You
gay.
can't respond to shit because you have no responding because you're nothing. Your shit is not logical. And
yeah, so the argument you provide is that being gay is immoral because it doesn't lead to reproduction. Me engaging in intercourse with my infertile wife doesn't lead to reproduction. Therefore, given your
listen,
view,
Parker, you
it
love
should be
getting
immoral.
fucked in the ass. That's your problem. Okay? You love getting fucked in your ass. You fucking homo, and that's why you're fucking.
Would that be a
your
bad thing?
parents?
Would
Your
that be a bad
parents. Your parents have fucking frowned Christian family, and you're so butthurt because they do not like the ways of your life. Okay? And you say you got a girlfriend. You ain't got a girlfriend. You got a boyfriend. You little fucking homo. Keep getting fucked in your ass.
Somehow that's
Keep
a bad
getting
thing.
fucked in your ass. Yeah, it
somehow
is
that's
a bad thing.
Right. So
It-
even
it
if I
absolutely
am
is.
even wait
'Cause
even if I
Because you
hold on,
shouldn't
hold on,
be
man.
fucking
Yo,
gay.
man.
You
Yo,
should
thank
be
you for the hint, I
fucking
appreciate it.
pussy.
Hey.
Okay,
Yo,
and
unknown,
sucking
unknown.
pussy, fucking
Unknown.
pussy.
Let's bring it down for it
Okay?
down for a minute. Let's bring it down for.
No, I
Let's-
don't
let's
need to
have a-
bring
let's have a
nothing
genuine
down. I've been
conversation.
wanting to talk to
Thank you
you
for the hint, I
for a
appreciate
long
it.
time. You little. Exactly what I want to do to you. I want to beat the fuck right out of you. I want to take you and put your fucking head on a curb and stop the fucking shit right out of you.
I appreciate
You
it.
should fucking be ashamed of you, and your family's
Thank you,
ashamed of
Hancock.
you, and that's your problem. You fucking have your little transvestite fucking girlfriend. That's what you call a girlfriend. Your little tranny, eh? You like chicks with dicks,
Yeah.
you
So man,
fucking
you want to chill
faggot?
real quick? There
I
you
don't
go,
want to
man.
chill.
There you- It's like coming out with like the slurs. So, first of all, obviously, my girlfriend isn't trans. Everyone knows that. I'm not gay, of course. I literally have a girlfriend. Literally, this is my screensaver. But I was gonna let him go through with it because he's incapable of having a conversation or a back and forth discussion about his particular views. The logical conclusion of his position is that you know, me having intercourse with my infertile wife is immoral, but he doesn't hold that position. So he holds a special exception for people being gay being immoral based upon the reason that, you know, it doesn't lead to reproduction. But again, doesn't hold that view for other scenarios. So it's not something that he holds true of doing so. So I think it's pretty crazy. Bro is actually like really angry. I don't know how I did anything that was like nice person on the app. I'm not like yelling on here and screaming at people. So it probably seems like there's something else going on in their life in which they're probably projecting on. Oh, this guy's just crazy. He needs help. Like, oh, this is like, haha, I'll laugh at him. Thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate it. He actually does seem like he like genuinely needs help on an individual level. So no one said anything like his way, because like it does seem like he's probably projecting something based upon like what's happening in his life. If the guest is still listening, I would recommend like getting like care about you, and people do love you, regardless of how you might necessarily, you know, put like harmful things towards other people or like try to be mean to other people. There's still going to be people out there that want to help. Definitely make sure to go through with that. Not saying that in like a negative way or anything like that. Just trying to say that because I actually, you know, follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, morning. I have mixed emotions about it, considering that I am Christian. But it's always weird when you get to see videos of sex together. Those kind of things make you wonder if being gay actually is normal or not, because you do get it. I've seen, I think, a couple of videos where you get intercourse. So to be honest, I'm in the middle. Like, I love gay people. I don't think it's immoral. I do think it's a moral culture, like point of view, and from what we've been taught as Christians, you do, like, I do have my mixed emotions about it, but like I said, seeing videos think about that, or if you've seen videos of animals actually being intimate together.
Yeah, no, I don't watch animals engaging. Yes, it is natural within the context of nature, like in a descriptive sense, for people to be gay and for there to be gay intercourse and for there to be straight intercourse. But I don't think what happens in nature is going to infer what's right or wrong. So obviously, I don't think that being gay is wrong, but I don't also think species, thank you for the paper crane, I appreciate Jared, that grape other members of their species within nature. It's something that occurs in nature. Would that infer that it's then moral to grape other members of our own species?
Rape is very
Yeah,
immoral.
by the way, you have to say R word essay, or you can say grape, but like it's against
Oh,
TikTok terms of
sorry,
service. That's why I was
sorry.
saying it.
Yes.
Naturalistic point of view. So like,
True.
yeah, whatever's going to exist in terms of nature isn't going to infer what's right or wrong, or even like what's normal, right? Like there are going to be things that humans do that animals don't do. Most animals don't use language to communicate, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do. Does that mean that it's wrong for us to use language to communicate? Well,
That's true. That's true. You do have a point. But with the videos that I watch, I don't intentionally go on the internet to watch.
yeah, no, I wasn't trying to say that.
Yeah,
I was
like,
just saying from my
bump
view,
into
yeah.
them online.
Maybe it sounds like that. Yeah, no, it's just a joke. But yeah. So your view is going to be that being gay is immoral because of religious reasons.
I feel like I'm stuck in between, and I feel like most people can agree with me. I'm stuck in between for religious reasons. I to be gay. I wouldn't want my little brother to be gay. I wouldn't want my uncle to be gay deep
Why not?
down. And I mean, because I want them to get married and have kids with the opposite sex
Why?
and have a normal life.
They can have even though they're like still in like a gay relationship. So I mean, you can still produce children, have a family. So what would be the reason why you wouldn't want them to be gay in that circumstance then? Is it just because of like social norms?
I think so. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
well, something that was not normal in society. Would you then say you don't want your family members to engage in interracial marriage?
No, that is okay for me. Interracial is
Yeah.
okay because yes, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
okay
so
because we are the
social
same
norms
person.
isn't going to matter in that circumstance, but social norms is going to matter in this circumstance. Why so?
Sorry, please repeat that.
Yeah, so social norms, racial marriage, but they are going to matter here. Why so?
Because either way, even if we are interracial, you like you're still female and male. You're still the opposite sex, regardless of either you're Indian or whatever race you are, but you're still the same sex. And it's normal for women and male to be together. But with the same gender, it's a different is to have a relationship or a marriage with a different race. But if it's the same sex, I would accept them, but it would really take a lot for me to actually be okay with the fact that that's the life they chose.
You see, but the hypothetical here is that the by the way, I don't think you choose to be gay, but like the hypothetical. So I don't know what you were referencing when you went back to that. That didn't really make any sense to me because that's not normal for there to be interracial marriage for this analogy. So again, if it's not normal for there to be interracial marriage, why would we is going to be weird for your family members because it's not normal. But in the context of interracial marriage, if it was not normal, then it would be fine.
But it is normal. It's very normal.
Wait, in your society then, but like if you to be in an interracial marriage?
No, I wouldn't, because I already specified that regardless of your color, you're still the opposite sex. So regardless of
Yeah, but you went
gay,
back to saying like being with the opposite sex is normal. Why? Because we're the whole argument here is that, you know, interracial marriage within this context is not something that would be considered normal. Conditions would exist that you applied to like the people being gay.
Marjorie, I don't think so. I don't think so because you are still the opposite sex regardless of your color, but with the same sex, I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't like it would take a lot for me to be okay with my like I'll just use my little brother as an example. What I've seen him to be all my life and what I've thought about him to be all my life has to now be different.
I don't think that's relevant. You think of your siblings in terms of them having sex with other people?
No, I mean like gender wise.
So why would
like,
it change?
Growing up, I've seen them as a man. I've seen them as a boy. I've seen them as a male. So for me, obviously my perception of them and my image of them needs to change to accommodate. I have a problem with gay people, but I feel like it's a different scenario when it's like somebody close to you or your family. Personally, for me, that's for me.
Well, see, the thing is, I can point to this. I grew up in a society in which being gay was considered wrong in the Midwest, right, in Iowa, and my sister's gay, right? So I grew up be gay. So my perception of my sister, yeah, it's different because now I acknowledge that she's different, but it's not going to change anything about the foundation of my relationship. I don't think of my sister, her being my sister. Nothing about her being with another woman is going to indicate anything about her, right? Really, realistically speaking. So I don't understand this notion that you're referencing. It just seems to be that you have some sort of different perception of them being gay rather than I do. The same relation. My other sister is bi as well. So I mean, it's like I would apparently have this notion as well, but I don't have this notion.
I don't know. I feel like maybe because you are in that position, it's easier for you to experience that. But for me, it's a different situation because obviously, if I have a relationship, do all those things with her anymore. Obviously, my perception of her is
Wait.
gonna
That's
be
not it at
different.
all. Wait.
Our
Just hold on. Stop. Just because your sister, my sister is still extremely feminine. Like she's
Okay, it
she's
doesn't
probably more
automatically.
feminine. She's
It
probably
doesn't
more feminine
automatically.
now than she was when I perceived her as straight.
Being gay and being lesbian has nothing to do with you being feminine or masculine. You can be
Yeah, you
very
just
gay
you no
and
no no.
be
I know
very gay brother. It's not the same things I will do with my straight brother. Most definitely, or the things
maybe
I will
not.
do.
It can change,
No,
right?
but
It
you
doesn't
can't.
change
You
very
can't.
much.
But you can't say no to what I'm. The things I would do with my transgender sister are not the same things I will do with my straight sister. And there's nothing wrong
Wait.
with that. Like,
Transgender has
wait,
nothing to be different here.
but it would be great if you let me finish my statements.
Yeah, but you're miscommunicating in terms of the message that I'm trying to provide. That's why I'm trying to like give you this notion real quick. Is first of all, you're not identifying it correctly. And what I'm saying in terms of like this relationship, I'm not saying that you're implying that every person who's gay is going to be masculine or not. But will you gay, right? I'm not going to be able to go to the mall with her anymore, right? None of that about her personality is going to change given the fact her in terms of her attraction. Her other
Okay.
preferences are going to be the same.
Okay, if let's just say I have a transgender sister, right? I know with my transgender sister, I can go to the salon with her. We can go shopping. We can play, like, we can borrow each other clothes. But straight brother, I can borrow clothes with my straight brother. I can, like, there are certain things that I can do with my transgender sister, but I can't do them with my brother.
Sure, it depends on what they identify with, what they want to do. Trans women are going to be more likely to want to engage in those what you would consider feminine characteristics rather than say a straight man. But a straight man can. When I was younger, or like when I was growing up, or like I went and did like things at the mall with my sisters, or did like those different things with them. I'm straight, right? I'm a brother, so I mean these conditions can happen with the different people, right? But what I'm saying here is that if someone accepts themselves as gay or expresses that they are gay to you, comes out to you, right, their preferences aren't necessarily going to change, right? Maybe then it would change, but likely speaking, they're still going to have the same preferences after and before they come out as gay, because they were gay before and after. So I mean,
I don't know if people do the same things, especially if people are gonna come out. Like, if I'm secretly gay or lesbian, then the thing with you, once I'm like, before I come out, are not gonna be the same things I'll do when now I'm free and you know who I am, to be somebody I'm not just because I have not came out. But
Sure.
once I'm free and I'm out, easier for me to be more of who I am, to do everything I wanted to do as who I identify myself with, compared to somebody who is still in the closet, somebody who does not want people to know what they're about, who does not want people to know what, like, I don't know if you understand me. That's
No,
what
no,
I
no. Trust me, I understand you. I
that's what
completely
my
understand.
point was when I was
Always this way, right?
it's
Some
not
some people
always that way.
some people
True.
might generate this perception so that they can kind of get away with things. But when you're referencing your sibling, right, it's not like them as a person is like just a complete. They're still that same person. They're just masking a particular aspect of their identity. Like, for example, if I mask the fact that, say, I like anime, something like that. Like, I really like anime, but I hide that from my entire family. All the other interests that I showed them, right, they were all true interests. I just didn't show them this one interest. So when I show them that I have this particular interest of being a weeaboo, right, I might want to do new things sometimes with them, right? But that's not going to indicate that all those other interests and preferences are like not going to be there anymore, right? It's just one thing that I wasn't necessarily showing.
That's true. That was my point from the beginning, that sometimes it's not easy if you have not came out. It's not easy to fully be yourself compared to when you've came out. So when you've came
I
out,
agree.
there are
I agree with
certain
that notion. So we were just miscommunicating on that point. I absolutely agree with you on that. What I'm just saying is that, like, it's not going to apply to all circumstances. And for me, it actually wasn't different at all. Like, my sister, what I did with her when she was considered like straight versus when she's considered gay is the exact same, right? I'm closer to my sister now than I was.
comfortable with who she is, and
It's actually not even because she came out. It's because we've got older, right? We've got more closer because we've identified different struggles that we've had. I'm gonna hang out with my friends, or I'm just gonna do some dumb shit anymore. We've actually grown up. We understand life. We understand how important family is, right? Like, there's so many different things that we understand now, right?
it's to help people, young people especially, to understand some of the things that you're saying. Like, it does not necessarily mean that a person needs to change who they are or their interests because of their sexuality. Like, what do you think can be done to make people who still consider religion and who still are in between? Like, is it right? Is it more immoral? I don't know if you understand my question.
Yeah, so what I can do, so what I can show you is like logic. I can show you how maybe your position can not necessarily onto gay people, that you don't apply these norms onto like other aspects. I kind of did that with like the naturalistic fallacy and sort of like the other things we brought up earlier. But like outside of that context, if it's just going to be like religion, we can just ask you, why do you hold this religion to be true in the first place? If it's not going to be something that you're ever changed in terms of your religion, well then why does your particular religion hold these beliefs about gay people? Like, if it's going to be the Bible, well, when we're referencing the Bible, there are refer to arsenicota. It's the first time it was ever used by Paul, right? The first time it was ever used. So the meaning of it is just going to refer to something like sexual deviancy, and we don't really know because it's the first time it was ever used. So there can be a lot of vague interpretations that are applied to these different texts, particular religious view, whereas it wouldn't actually necessarily always be considered that way given this religious view. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. And people can go through these arguments with you. Actually understand how it would be like for like your family or for someone that you know close to you, like coming out as gay. I can just give you analogies like that I would consider to not be like quote unquote normal in my society. How would they implicate different notions within my mind about how I treat my family members? And it seems context. Like, for example, right? I live in the United States. Hockey is honestly not a normal thing to like. It's not very normal. But if one of my family members now likes hockey and is a really big hockey fan, that's going to change the nature of our
No, not at all. Not at all.
So whether or not something's normal is not going to have effect on why I view it this way. So why do we actually view it this way? Well, because society has told us that it's wrong. Society doesn't tell us it's wrong to be a particular like hockey fan, right? But society has told you that it's wrong to be gay, and it's pushed this view that it's only right to be straight. So I think you infer that it's right.
Not really. Not really.
No, right? So maybe we just need to understand, why do I actually hold this position to be true? Is it be your view? It seems to be a lot more of like a social influence or like social norms that are in place that influence the way that you feel about it, regardless than your actual like internal perception of it.
That's so true. The way you are explaining everything just makes me realize that, okay, your answer in short for me was that people just need listening to you. And what I took away from this is that people just need to stop being so entitled to what other people choose in my community could be wrong in your community, and what could be wrong to you could be right to me. So I really appreciate this conversation.
Sure. And like the thing is, with particular notions, like, I don't know, being gay, when it has no influence on you at all, you can kind of be like that. But like when you're referencing things like, oh, people are murdering, or like when we're referencing like pedophiles, people that are abusing children, things like that, right? We're gonna have a significantly greater notion of, oh, we can absolutely identify this to be wrong. We shouldn't do these things. This is not something that, even if someone else has a cultural view of, that we should accept. But when it comes to like someone having a sexual preference in terms of a consenting adult relation, obviously the same level of harm isn't going to be implicated in this scenario as another, right? It'd be kind of like me thinking that foot fetishes are immoral, right? Like it would be sort of that same notion, right? It's not like an extremely harmful thing. It's something that someone chooses to do. But I don't know. I mean, I consider it to be kind of weird for someone to have a foot fetish or something like that. Maybe it's that same sort of notion that you're referencing in your head. Just because something's weird in your head, or because you don't have that preference, doesn't infer that it's like necessarily wrong. But it might confuse you in terms of like you trying to understand it.
True. But one thing that is very immoral sexually for me personally is doing the doo-doo, the Dubai doo-doo on a person. That is totally wrong. Also,
What do you
'cause
mean by
mentioned-
that? What is that? I don't know what that is, honestly.
Oh no! Can somebody explain on the it's basically where people doing a number two on their partner.
I didn't know that existed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that's like, I'm gonna be real. Like, that's really fucking weird. Like, that's definitely not something that I would never. I would never in a trillion years, right? Never, ever, never. You couldn't pay me enough money. Not even joking. You could not pay me enough money. But like, yeah, I wouldn't say.
What?
Wait, what do we mean by it's immoral? What's the argument for that one?
I don't know. Also spiritually, well, I'm African, and spiritual stuff, we are raised like that. So I know for a fact that doing a doo-doo on somebody is
Someone said thanks for that mental image, guest.
I'm so sorry.
The stream while they're eating right now. And they're probably
my
right now like
God.
they had to like scroll off because
Someone's saying, but everybody has a preference. No way. Like, you can't get turned on by doing something like that to somebody. No way. No way. But anyway,
no,
I know
I think no, wait, like someone definitely does not choose that preference. Like that's something that has to be like within their mind. Like there's no human being I would know that would choose to have that preference.
a lot of people do it. Trust me.
Choose? Could you
Yes.
choose to find that sexually arousing?
Never.
Never, right? So wait, how
Never.
can other people do it if you can't do it ever?
I don't know. Like, wrong to me.
No, but we're
So
talking
I
about in
don't
terms of
know.
preferences. Maybe in terms of what you think to be right or wrong, but we're talking about in terms of preferences of what you can choose to find attractive or not.
Hmm.
And I
You mean
don't see a possible world. I can't conceive of a possible world in which I could choose to do that.
not never.
Yeah, I honestly
Not
can't
even in
conceive
my
of
next
that.
life.
Not the same way I couldn't conceive of liking feet, right? Like I can't conceive of that fact at all. Yet there are
But
there are probably
anyway,
a lot of people that do. Like I don't know.
a lot of people do it just like people do golden shower.
It's definitely all stuff I consider to be like weird, right? But like I'm not gonna think that all of that is immoral. I mean, people can engage when what they want to engage in. I might think like those things. I might think that they're disgusting. Like I really do think that
No,
they're
Parker,
disgusting.
no, Parker,
But I
no,
wouldn't
Parker.
consider it to be immoral. Like
No.
wait, you can draw the line somewhere in terms of what you think to be disgusting or whatnot. But in terms of immorality, I think that we would only define that within another context. Like in this situation, it doesn't seem like something I would say is immoral. The only context I would say something is when someone is like consentfully like selling themselves to you in terms of like torture or like being a slave or something like that. Like those are the only conditions I could say like, oh, someone can't consent to engaging in this particular action, right? But this doesn't seem to be someone that goes so far in which would implicate that sort of process.
But okay, what's your definition of immoral? What could be? We could have different understandings of what immoral is, and maybe that
We
could also help
absolutely do.
your opinions.
Yeah, so do within the context of an action. So I wouldn't necessarily conclude that it'd be wrong to engage in this action, right? But I probably would say that's like weird or like disgusting.
Mm. But anyway, like I'll still say horrible. It's just a horrible dark cloud on you. And most people who do that usually need to cleanse after that because there is no way you can have somebody doo-doo on you.
Wait, yeah. That's just like gonna like that there better be some fucking crazy disinfectant. That's all I gotta say. That you better have That's crazy. I was just like, thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. Like, no, like we might say that, sure, but like, yeah, I don't consider it to be immoral.
What?
Unless they're harming other people in this circumstance.
What?
Yeah, so like when I'm referring to this, like yeah, like because someone's like doing something that's what you consider disgusting.
I think I draw the that's where I draw the line. Definitely.
Someone said I need a to stop at this point. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
There's a lot I want to talk about, but I don't think it's related to being gay. So I think maybe let's give another person a chance and if there's something you want to talk about.
But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on. It's good talking to you.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it was great talking to you. Thank you so much. Thank
Have a
you
great day.
so much.
All right, everyone. We got another. Everyone here in about 20 minutes or so, or actually no, 25, 30 minutes or so, we're going to be going live on my second account, and I'm going to be doing a live battle against AJ. So we're going to be doing that here pretty quick, y'all. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Again, tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick before I get off tonight. But yeah, let me go into the next person, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 26. How do I not have my picture on it? So, from person to person. So, I want to hear your definition of immoral.
Yeah, so immoral is just going to refer to like what's wrong or bad to do within the context and action. So something that you shouldn't do.
Okay, and where do you get the basic?
Described by my psychological preferences. So I'll have a psychological preference, and then I'll probably give someone like a reason as to why I hold this, right? And we could necessarily have a conversation based on that. But if I just have a feeling or a preference and I can't provide a reason, there's no way we can actually interact in terms of a conversation there. But it would just be a
Opinions are what makes the world go round. And I don't necessarily agree that being gay is right. To me, I believe it's wrong because I am a Christian, and that's just the way it is for me. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to see somebody who's gay
Okay, for sure. Yeah. So do you think, how do you know that God exists or that this religion is true in order to claim that being gay is immoral?
Well, how do you know God doesn't exist?
So do you believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God?
Yes.
Do you believe God has free will? Do we have heaven, or do we have free will in heaven?
No.
No free will in heaven. It's better than earth, actually.
I do, but I've obviously never been to heaven, but that would be my belief, yes.
What would be the issue with God just creating us in heaven? Because if we don't have free will, we can never disobey God. So it would just be like a perfect state of affairs.
Well, that's not true because and to your point of thinking somebody is, it's not a choice for them. I could be born, like people aren't born and so I'm not saying that that makes you any less. Again, like I do not have any issue with people being gay. I just personally don't agree with that's the right thing to do because it's not something, it is something to act on it.
Yeah, sure. So like you don't pick the desire, but you do pick to act upon the desire. That's kind of what you're arguing.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that notion, right? Like I don't think that people pick to like desire to kill people. Well, at least when we're talking about like sociopaths or psychopaths or something like that. They probably didn't pick their brain to be that way, right? But they respond or act upon that. So it's obviously still going to be wrong and whatnot. But like let's kind of go back to what we were referencing there, right? So putting us on Earth or anything like that without Earth?
So I'm not God, so I wouldn't be able to answer that, right? I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Yeah, so what I would argue here is that it would probably, like, if we can't identify a reason as to why we couldn't go straight to heaven, right? If we're going to argue that free will, it doesn't exist, this existence, then I would say that, like, a God would prefer this existence over that existence if it's all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good. Because they know the conditions of it. They know that that one is better than this one, so they would just put us in this or that one over this one. Otherwise, the suffering that exists within our world would just be what's considered unnecessary suffering, right? And we consider unnecessary suffering to be bad because it's not purposeful suffering.
Sure.
Yeah, so like the scenario would be like, say I'm giving people vaccinations, and I give them like a normal sized needle, it doesn't really hurt them, and they get the vaccine, good old dandy, they're all good. But let's say the last person, I have two choices here. I have a choice between a big needle, one that can cause bruising, pain, and discomfort for the person, doesn't really give them as good of a vaccine, or the normal one, which would work the exact same one as it did prior, right? So given the fact that I picked the suffering,
depends on your choice, right?
yeah. So say I choose to pick the bigger needle when I didn't have to. right? Is that going to be immoral?
How is that right or wrong though to choose a bigger needle in terms of like your health and your
Causes-
personal decision?
It's not for me, for myself. It's for the other person because I'm giving them vaccines.
Oh,
right?
one's the bigger needle that's going to cause more harm.
Yeah, and it doesn't give them a greater vaccine. It doesn't do anything for them except. Exactly. Like it'd be wrong for you to give it to them because it's going to cause no harm for no reason.
In,
No
in
good reason.
terms of what's right or wrong to us, though, right?
You might say that, but you would think God would say otherwise? You think God would say unnecessary suffering is okay? Suffering is good when it's necessary for some ultimate good. Because I'll agree. Some suffering can be justified in terms of saying that there's some ultimate good reached from this level of suffering. Like necessary suffering. Whereas this, if we identify unnecessary suffering, would be well, yeah, the greater good we'd probably see to be heaven, right? That's what we'd identify here.
Then, yeah, that would be your ultimate decision.
Okay, so let me have this question. So, do you think that, like a
Okay.
Okay, so a miscarried baby before, say, 5 weeks, 5-6 weeks, never would have any type of subjective experience about anything, never had any experiences, but still ends up without actually experiencing anything. So if they're able to understand heaven and they're able to be in heaven, well, then there'd be no contradiction with me saying that every single baby would just be put in heaven.
No.
Where's the issue?
So,
Well,
hold on.
here's-
My husband's here with me. He
here's the
wants to
thing.
act
I mean,
on this one.
this is all subjective, right? Like I said, as Christians, we believe that, God gives you a choice to become a Christian or not, right? You make a decision if you want Jesus Christ. As that, children do not yet know good from bad, and God's mercy towards them and allowing them to enter into a land and take possession of that, despite the rebellion of their parents. So God, if a miscarried baby isn't able to hear the gospel of Jesus Christ the same way as able to comprehend the gospel, God still has a place for them in the Bible, because God believes that, everyone, God loves everyone. And if you're capable of comprehending the gospel and you're able to make that decision, that's a decision that you have to make, right? Heaven.
Wait, Parker, before you respond, comments, chill. We're all trying to have an organic conversation. No one's attacking
No,
anybody.
it's
I want to
fine.
hear Parker's
The
stance.
comments will always say things. It's fine.
It's
Don't
so stupid.
don't
Okay,
worry
go
about the
ahead.
comments. So yeah, so we're saying that they go to heaven without good, without experiencing the evil. But we can also understand the same notion of having an understanding of good without evil through the context of God. Like God is all
Well, before creation existed, there was nothing.
but
What do you mean, like creation as in before he created the earth?
yeah, before universe, before humans, before
Yes,
angels,
yes,
all
there
of
was
those
God,
things.
yes.
There was no evil.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, there was no. I mean, it was God. There was no earth. There was no Adam and Eve.
Didn't understand goodness.
No, God did understand goodness, but God hadn't created the earth yet.
So God understood goodness before there was bad.
As the Almighty, yes.
Understand this notion of good versus evil without having experiences of it within the view of, oh, if there's a miscarried baby that never has experiences, still can go to heaven and still understand it. Thank you, Lindsay Grass. I appreciate the subscription. Then we're just going to infer that the experiences on earth are not going to be a necessary condition for us to understand heaven or for us to reach some ultimate good. So That's just gonna identify unnecessary suffering. We've already identified unnecessary suffering to be bad. Unnecessary suffering, since it's bad, and an all good, all knowing, all powerful God created this, it would have to identify that this God can only do good. Since we've identified
What are
it
you
to be
reading
bad,
off of?
I'm playing Forza. Going to say that like this all good God, all knowing, all powerful good God cannot entail something to be bad. Therefore, this God does not exist.
So I guess since this conversation took a turn, which I still want to be very clear, and it still is a decision, and I completely disagree with people who come on like the guy who is just absolutely berating you, or people who say like they're homophobic and things like that. Just because I don't agree with something doesn't make it wrong to them. I just don't have to support it because of my personal beliefs. But with the way you're taking this conversation in views of Christianity, which is because that's the reason I view it that way, can I ask, so what was the decision? What was the turning point for you to kind of take a left turn on that?
Yeah, so my view about Christianity right now is significantly more well-informed than it was. Significantly more well-informed. I grew up Christian. I used to go to church twice a week as a kid. I was super religious growing up. Loved everything about it and whatnot. Never had bad experiences with my. Never can cite any bad experiences when it comes to that. Really, what it comes down to for me. Because we had this sense of if you don't know if God exists or if you don't believe, then you go to hell, right? So that's actually the view that kind of made me step back and be like, okay, this doesn't really make sense to me. Let me question this, right? Kind of has led me to the position that I am now. I didn't even question it until I reached like 18, 19 years old, like in a genuine manner. So.
Okay, so I would say as far as that goes, I mean, I wouldn't. It's interesting that you think that, because I would say to go against God's will. That is what I believe would put you in hell. I don't think just because you sin or just because you're gay or something like that is the reason you're being put in hell, or even if you just don't know, right? That's not a reason for you going to hell. It's you doing something. Like there are murderers that are probably in heaven because they have surrendered to that, right? And that's just my belief. But so I would disagree with that, but how you don't go with comments, I guess, because they're all probably your way, but that just bothers the shit out of me.
Oh no, and I'm so used to it. So I understand your notion in terms of that.
But I would just say, like, what do you lose, right? What would you lose in believing that? Like, so you would just believe, right, that you're just going to darkness, like it's just over for you, right?
See, I don't know myself. I'm someone that hopes that God exists, hopes Jesus is true, hopes that there's an all good, all knowing, all powerful God, and that like my perception of this is just something that I couldn't possibly fathom, right? But if it is built that way, that was intentfully by the God. Notion of hell now, I didn't understand it then. I didn't have this notion of it then, where it's kind of just like the only way you'd go to some sort of hell or just existence without God or something like that would be if you just like say I don't want to be with you, essentially. Not just like you don't know, because the system, I think that the world that we have is like intentfully created if there is a God, all knowing. That's what I think. Like there's just so much evil, there's so much suffering that exists that it's meant to sort of create that notion. And if it was true, it would probably infer that they're like NPCs, or like they're not like what's called player controlled, so they don't have the same experiences as me and you, or they might not have free will or something like that. I feel like that's the view that you'd have to like assume given this perspective, or maybe it's just something I couldn't comprehend or something like that.
Right. So, well, and I think that's fair. And like, I'm not here to convert you. That's not the purpose of the conversation, right? And you've had your fair share of past with it. I would just personally agree, or we can agree to disagree on that. But I would think there's, even in your, perspective, saying you hope there's something there's nothing you had to lose by believing in it. There's just not a single thing.
Oh, I forgot to address that. My bad. Let me actually address that. Yeah, there is stuff to lose, and the reason why I say that there's stuff to lose is because of the implications in terms of logic that will have for other types of views. When you're applying a view in terms of this God, and you don't apply a standard of evidence, the Earth is not flat. Well, because there's evidence to say that like the Earth is spherical, things like that. So if someone were to hold the view that the Earth is flat, well, we'd be like, oh, you're wrong, right? Because there's evidence that points otherwise, right? So we require evidence to believe that the Earth is spherical, but we don't that I think that would be upheld if I just decide to believe in this or create some special exception for God that would be entailed given the fact that I believe that. Does that make
So
sense?
you believe there's nothing around.
Depends on what your notion of proof is. It depends on your perspective. I feel like there's a lot of people out there with some of the arguments that I've looked at that can be like, oh, I feel I'm justified in believing in this God because this argument seems. For example, the Kalam cosmological argument, it poses that the universe, everything that has a beginning has a cause. The universe has a beginning, therefore it has a cause, right? Listening to that argument, you might be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. But understanding like, oh, the Big Bang doesn't actually infer a beginning to the universe. It only infers a change in the state of existence. The eternal is kind of like, oh, we don't know if this would be the case. If it is a cause, it doesn't infer some sort of God. So maybe for someone who's initially looking at it, it might be like, oh, this is just understands the landscape of these different arguments. I wouldn't necessarily be able to confirm just given this position or given this argument, but maybe other people would. Or it might be able to
So
have
if you
that
can't,
quote
so then
unquote
that
proof.
would just circle back to if you can't confirm it, why fight it? Like why not? You know?
If you can't confirm it, I just don't guess, right? If I can't.
Well, that has nothing to do with eternal life, right? So that's like,
Well,
that's not
no,
something
right?
that.
What this is actually called is what's called an argument of from ignorance. So it's essentially saying that we don't have evidence, therefore. There's like not the best reasoning when it comes to this, and it's essentially just in terms of like logic, and it's gonna bring about like a bunch of other beliefs in which are bad, but like I don't see an issue with saying I hope that there's a God or I hope that there's some better existence. That's kind of the position that I hold now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So then I would say, you know, what's the proof that you would hold that, or anybody would hold that being gay is right?
It's what's called morally neutral. The same way I think that me eating chocolate ice cream or me having a preference for chocolate ice cream is going to be morally neutral.
Okay. Interesting take. So, but where's the evidence of that, right? Because
Of things being moral or immoral when we're talking about this, because it's an expression of our psychological preferences. The evidence that you might be referencing is like, oh, what's a reason why you hold this to be true, or what's the argument for this position? So like if I say like pedophilia, like you know, children have like a reason or like an inference of why I hold this position, and then we can kind of have a conversation based upon that. But if I just express the preference, you can't really interact.
that goes kind of back to it being a choice, right? When you're born. So then it's like, as a male and you being straight, let's say like it's not your natural thought to only want to be with one girl for the rest of your life, right? Like that's just not the natural psychological thought that you would have.
You think people are born gay?
Yes.
I don't know what we mean by born gay. I
So do you
would be
thi- do you-
fine. I'd be fine with holding a position that people aren't born gay or born straight. I would just say that we have genetic predispositions to being either in terms of environmental conditions or what you do in your life, experiences.
Well, the question. So what I'm hearing from you is that, you know, if born gay, and then you're also saying that being like that. So that's a drive that someone has, being gay. You're born gay. Your drive is to be gay, right? So that, and then you're also saying that that's a good drive, right? You know, are all drives good? Are all
No,
drives in your
no.
life? that would be the question is, so do you think, so I'm a heterosexual male, do you think I'm born with a drive to only have sex with one woman?
I don't necessarily think that everyone is born that way. I think things, but I would say me myself, I don't control whether or not I want to be with one woman. I just want to be with one person.
Well,
It's just something that I do.
The average, the normal heterosexual male, whether he's married now or he's not married, he doesn't want to have sex with one woman. His natural drive is to have sex with as many women as he wants. But is that good? Is that a good drive? No, that's not a good drive. Why is that? Is that a good drive to have sex with as many women as you want?
Preference doesn't mean it's right. I'm not saying just because you have a preference, it means it's right. I'm saying we have this preference. We have to then give a reason why it's wrong. We provide a reason unless we like infer that, oh, God exists, therefore this has to be wrong or something like that. But I wouldn't see a reason why this drive would be wrong necessarily.
Well, I'm glad you've seen that. As someone who's open in their faith and someone who is clearly on this TikTok, you know, it sounds like you're not on one side of the fence. It sounds like you're right in the middle of the fence, and you're allowing. I think we live in the world today where you're allowed to, right? You're going to have people that come on that are atheists. You're going to have people that come on that are Muslim, that are Buddhist, that are Christian, right? And, you know, as someone, you know, however, I will say, you know, I guess, yeah, I'm just trying to say that I appreciate that, you know, you're open to it. I'm curious if you watched that, have you watched, you know, Matt Walsh? Have you watched his documentary on like, what is a woman?
I haven't watched the documentary, but I've seen a bunch of clips from it.
Like you've seen his Joe Rogan interview?
I've seen.
Interesting, right? You take Joe Rogan, who is very, you know, I like what you're doing, right? Joe Rogan would be, you know, you times 5 billion, right? Joe Rogan invites multiple people on his podcast, and you know, he hears every different opinion, right? That's a very good interview between Matt. However, you know, recently Joe Rogan has been more conservative than, you know, liberal on things, and Matt Walsh, as you know, is very conservative.
Joe Rogan's actually pretty progressive, right? There are like a few social beliefs that he has that people would probably consider like conservative or whatnot.
Agree, but
and especially in like the vaccine type of stuff.
I would agree, but yeah, there are recent
there's
things.
One
that
other thing with Joe Rogan I wanted to say is like
yeah,
the one thing that so like he's not very pushback sort of he just like kind of accepts, listens, where I'd probably say from my perspective I'd probably push back more on what people say. Thank you for saying that's probably the distinction that I'd make there.
I would say, I wonder if that's the reason he's gotten to where you know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's not only like the stuff he's done, like the WWE, UFC sort of stuff, but it's also like his notoriety status, and then the fact that he is open to listening to these things. So a lot of people, they just want to listen to like a bunch of cool different stuff instead of hearing like someone like who's super opinionated all the time. So I understand that aspect as well in terms of why people like Joe Rogan and whatnot.
Yeah. Perspective a lot, like listening to you, because I appreciate that you keep that like neutral stance and allow people to come on. It would be nice to see other people be open to that conversation as well, and you know that's what makes the world go round. So that's the world we live in, and that's what's so great about it. So I appreciate your time.
All right, everyone give a round of applause for all the guests that came on today. I appreciate everyone so much. Hope you all had a fan. He's not neutral. I don't know why people keep saying that I outlined on my lives and whatnot. These are the genuine positions that I hold. Right? I will not come on here and be disingenuous with any of my positions. I will not. None of those will be the case ever. Everything I say on here is 100% my position. What I would say off the live, literally the exact same thing. And I know it's hard. I mean, this is what I hold. How are you neutral? It isn't classified as either moral or immoral the same way. When I have a preference for chocolate ice cream, that isn't classified as moral or immoral. Thank you, Ali. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. I hope you all had a thank you for the hand. I appreciate it, Montoya. I'm gonna be getting off right now. I hope you all had a fantastic day so far. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already. All the people that are just like lurking what time I'm gonna be on tomorrow yet. I'll probably make a story about it when I'm going to, but I'm gonna send everyone over to Danny's live real quick. We're gonna do a Parker raid. If you don't know what a Parker raid is, essentially for the hand, so I appreciate it. So we're gonna do that with Danny right now. Everyone look up Danny Philtalk, DANNYPHILTALK. Everyone look up Danny Philtalk, like philosophy talk, but without the philosophy part. So or Sophie part. So again, Danny Philtalk. Everyone look it up. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will be live battle probably here in the next 15-20 minutes, but I'll see y'all then.